There we go. Whew. We are toasty out here. Yeah, sorry, I was on a call. My brother lives in Calgary. I was on the phone with my brother, and I wasn't watching the time. Next thing I know, Dar's like, hello. So we had, lucky for me, I had everything, camera and everything all set up already. All I had to do is just run out and turn everything on. Lucky. Who's here? Hey, Karen. Karen, you gonna vent tonight? Apparently you said you got something to vent. Hey, Deb. 905. Love your stuff. Love your shit, man. Dar's been pointing out a lot of stuff you've been putting. What do you mean you're waiting for the ads? When you guys come into a live, is there ads before you can get into the live? I had no idea. Oh yeah. Yeah, Pat, we're monetized. This channel's monetized. As you can well tell, I'm not making any money on it, but yeah, it's monetized. It carries itself. Steve, how you doing, brother? Glad you're here. Is the truck? No, 905. The truck went up today. I left ET yesterday. They took their plates and they had to pull the E-log and all that shit out of it. But it took them a little longer. And by the time, it was 360 miles from Toronto up to Iroquois. So by the time I would have got up there, it would have been like 6 o'clock at night, and like their garage, their shop and everything's shut. And I wasn't going to go sleep in my truck. So I have to drive right past my house to get there. So I came home last night, and I got up this morning and took it up this morning. So they got the truck. They've already ordered the plates. The Deckel guy will be in on Monday. They were trying to get him in today, but it didn't happen. So he's going to be in on Monday. The plates are ordered. Hopefully should have them by Wednesday. Wednesday would be good because it would still give me time to get a couple of runs of something in. Hey, Greg. And yeah, so that's kind of where we're sitting. But the truck is there. Everything's there. Contract is signed. Everything is done. It's just basically waiting on license plates and decals. And like I said, the decals will be done probably Monday, and Wednesday we can probably roll. So I was talking with the owner up there today. Everything's set up and we're in good shape. Johnny, how we doing, brother? Did we have a good week, John? Or are you still dealing with it? Thanks, bro. So yeah, it hasn't even been a busy, hectic week. IH, how you doing, bro? It hasn't been a busy week. I made one round trip out to Moncton, then down to Truro. I got reloaded out of Truro and I made it back, and then I ended up going over, like I said, switching the truck and everything around. So it really hasn't been an exciting week. It's actually kind of nice. It was relaxing. There's no pressure. Usually I give them 2 turns, and I just decided it's like, nah, I'll give you 1 turn. That's all you're getting out of me. You got 1 turn, and that was it. So there's no pressure. It was actually probably a good week. Not a good money-making week, but good for Brian and stress, and good for Dar and stress. You know, I can always figure out money, right? But you can't really figure out stress. So I'd rather have less money and less stress than more money and more stress. You know what I'm saying? Hi there. I was who's that? Jazz Banger. I was thinking of sourcing some hot tubs for Canada Day. You guys should have some flat decks in your fleet. The new company I'm at, yeah, they got flatbeds. They got a couple of roll tights, but they've got flatbeds. You want to call KBD Transportation and see what they can do for you. I'm not in a position at all to broker anything or make a deal on that. Really, I'm not. So. But there you go. I know that, or you can go to ET, depending on where you are. If you're living in Toronto, it doesn't matter. ET's got flatbeds. Just about everybody's got a flatbed. Justin Bieber announced he has Ramsay Hunt syndrome, direct vaccine injury. Hope he loses his voice and everything else is fine. Willie's iPhone. I don't want to hear that, Willie. I don't want to hear that one single bit. I really don't. You're going to need a third shot to get back into Canada. Dude, my arm still hurts from the second fucking shot. I'm not in the mood to be dealing with a third shot. I really hope not. I really hope not. Look at that, boys and girls. Beans is in the house. Beans just walked in. How you doing, Will? You didn't break down again. Did you make it back? Did you make it back this week? Oh. This one's burning nice. Big howdy, all. Big howdy, Ron. How you doing, brother? Glad you're here. Ha. Will, you're in the yard in your truck. Well, as long as you're in the yard in your truck and you're not in the yard in my truck. Yeah, my truck's there. It's parked over where the deaf fuel is. Yeah, I saw that 905. I don't usually tune in. For some reason today, I just thought, you know, what the hell? And I did, and there sure as shit was my own face. So of course I had to give them the view, right? So I had to watch it. I gave them 5 or 6 videos before my contract terminated. So I think he's released 3 or 4 now. He might have one more left, and he's just been trickling them out. I haven't been working on their channel now for, I don't know, 7, 8 weeks. So I don't know, but I know that he had those. So I know that, and I know there's been 2, 3, 4 weeks that have gone by where none of mine came out. So I watched it, I saw it, I gave him his view, and I haven't looked at it, but I haven't looked back at it since. So haven't looked back at it since. I'm in no hurry to be giving him a view, but you know, I'm just doing what I got to do. You've been gone from trucking since 2018. What did I miss and what changed for the better or for the worse? Wow. Dude, we've only got a couple of hours here. Sorry guys, my wife, Dar just brought dinner. 2018, well, there was no COVID. Rates were lower. Have I seen an increase in female drivers? And yes, I'll be honest with you. Yes, we have seen, the whole industry's seen an increase in female drivers. And this is just my personal opinion backed up with a little research I did a while back about female drivers. They're great. Women make great truck drivers. They make very good truck drivers. And there's several reasons for it. First of all, they have, and there's nothing you can do about it because being a man, but women just happen to have better depth perception in their eyes. They're better, they're built that way. So it's better when they're backing in. They've got better depth perception and they're better for distance. And it's a known fact that women have better hand-eye coordination than men. Get away from that, my burger. Piper sniffing away here. So, but they do. And women are less prone to have an accident in a truck stop or in a plant or whatever, wherever they're backing in or wherever they're pulling into, because they're less impulsive. They're less impulsive. They don't lose their cool as fast as a guy does. They're a little more patient. So do women, to answer your question, do women make good truck drivers? Yes, they do. They're just as good for stamina. They can drive as long. Now, on a physical measure, or like if you take a female flatbedder and a male flatbedder, or is a woman, the man is generally physically stronger than the woman. So he may not have to exert as much energy and work as hard as say a female would. But other than that, man, I got no problem with a woman driver. I know a couple of them. I'd go down the highway with any of them. They're good drivers. Stacy Warren, there you go. We just had one pipe in here. Stacy Warner is a female truck driver. You guys all ask her how she's doing. Yeah, that's a hell of a burger, eh, Steve? Jeez. I'm going to have to turn the channel over to Piper for 10 minutes while I eat that thing. You guys are going to be talking to the dog.
It's better than freaking Hardee's.
Just like the woman in the mining industry driving big Caterpillar trucks, dump truck. One company says they're safer. You know what? Why do you think women have lower insurance rates on cars? Right? Why do you think they don't have as many accidents as men do? Why would it be any different in the trucking industry? I can't see why there'd be any difference in the trucking industry. They do well. They really do. You know, ZI12, man, appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind. Greg, how's the pool doing? No, it's green. It's green. I guess the cover had come off at some point in the winter, and then it got recovered, and then it's passed. We have a company come in and open it, so they came in and opened it, and they did their best to, they do the pool start kit and all the shit and everything. And I've been working on it over the last week and a bit, and we're gonna probably over the weekend or while I'm off here, I'm gonna have to drain it, go in and scrub it, and refill it. So nothing we can do about it. As green as the super chat, you got it. Have trucking companies been taking lower back pain and injury seriously? No. If you're a truck driver today and you've got lower back pain or you've got an injury and it's trucking related, they really don't want to hear it. Most of them. I can't speak for every trucking company. I'm sure there's the odd one out there that, the ownership will take care of you and help you out. But for the most part, no, they don't care. Drive the truck, man. Drive the truck. They don't give a shit. Don't give a rat's ass. Ice Road Truckers, there's a lot of women. I don't know. I don't watch the show, and I haven't been up on the ice road. Since the Bose truck seat was invented, have you seen a massive adoption of those seats? I have not. I know a couple of guys that got them. I also know the price tag they paid for them. Dar and I actually investigated it for my back and for my body. They're priced out. Like I can't afford one. And I know that they are expensive as hell. No, John, I'm good. The burger's gonna do just fine. I could probably take care of this myself. But like I said, like look at this thing. I dare you, I dare any of you, go to Wendy's or Harvey's or get any of that. Karen, hubby never loses his cool while driving. He lets me rage at the idiots. You know what? It's kind of funny. Dara will come out in the truck with me as well, and she'll be hooting and hollering and screaming at fuckers all over the place. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever, honk, honk, whatever. Yeah, Dar made the burger. 10 cups of chlorine and half a gallon of algicide will bring her back before Monday. Pat, I've got more than that into it already. I've already got more than that into it. That's how bad it is. Literally, that's how bad it is.
You just need to finish vacuuming it.
You know? So, there's, again, I think my options are limited on the pool. We're going to have to drain it. I might try one more time over the weekend here to see if I can get it straightened out. Josh, you know what, man? That's a damn good idea. And I 100% agree with you. I think if you could prove that, the Bose seat was a medical device, insurance would cover it, but I don't think they're going to go for that. Honest to God, I don't think any insurance company is going to go for that. The horn gets used a whole lot more these days. You know what, Greg? I don't.
I do.
Dar does. She'll burn the horn out of that Civic before the car gives up, I'm telling you, but I don't, because I have so many things happen to me in a day in front of me that I'd be on the horn 30 times a day. You know, honest to God. So much shit happens on a daily basis that now I just like, fuck it. Okay, you're lucky you lived and I didn't run you over, but I don't bother anymore. If it's serious, you're getting too close, you cut me off, you do something like that, or we're in a tight, confined area and you're doing something, or if you're backing in, I'll lay on the horn. But if I'm going down the highway and you do something stupid, if you live through it, you're lucky. But I'm not honking my horn because, like I said, 20 to 30 times a day, I'd be pulling that air horn. Dar doesn't get it. She's like, fucking blow the horn. Like, and she's screaming out the window, but why? Oh, hold on. I've let's see here. I got to go back. I got a message from Zach, and apparently the message, you guys are going pretty quick here. I missed a message from Zach. I got to go check this out here. Hold on. My apologies.
I didn't see a message.
Brian, just crossed border on the way to the yard. Share some of what we talked about with the group on the stretch home now. On the stretch now. Yeah, we can do that, Zach. We can do that. Had to hit the horn when some Albertan cut in front of me when I was doing 100 down a hill with 42 tons of chips behind me. Well, 690, I got to ask why you're doing 100. Is that 100 kilometers an hour? I hope. Not 100 miles an hour. If you're doing 100 miles an hour, I'm curious. Is the 401 110 up here? No, it's still 100. And the reason why is because we're in a high wreck zone. You guys have to see it. every winter, right? Every bloody winter, they got the 10, 15, 25 car truck and car pileup, usually between Coburg and Cornwall. And there's people, massive people dying every year. Every year. So I think they're probably tempted to lower the speed on the 401 down to 90 clicks or something. E-logs are mandatory in Canada now. No, not until I think January of next year. So we've got what, 8 months left, or 7 months left. You guys are 110 from London to Windsor. That's nice. That's nice. But you know what? It makes no difference to me personally. My truck's governed. I've got my truck capped at 65 miles an hour, right? I don't care what the fucking speed limit is. I'm built. My truck is built, spec'd, designed, and run for fuel mileage. And 60 cruise controls on at 63, 64. The truck won't go over 65. Curtis in the house. Hold on here. There you go. From Hamilton to St. Catharines, it's 110. Yeah, I think it's 110, except through the city core, it's not, through Toronto. But I think everywhere else, once you get, I think, out Hamilton, 403 to the QEW, out to Hamilton to the border, I think it's 110. Now it's 110 out to Windsor. The 402, I know, is 110. I think the 400 is 110. I don't think the 427 is yet. So... Trucking up. How you doing, bro? Good. Glad you're here, man. A lot of guys did, man. Curtis, a lot of guys did. A lot of guys used to run 95 to 100 miles an hour. We used to do it. I got video. I've got video, going back just as short as 10 years ago. I've got video of me running through, where the hell was I? I was coming out of Colorado. I was coming down into Arizona, and I was racing a tornado. There was a tornado in the field beside me, and at that time I had my Pete, and it was wide open, and I was doing like 96, 97 miles an hour, and I'm filming a tornado out the window. Darlene was furious. She's like, "You're an idiot. Who does that? Who does that, right? Who films a tornado at 96 miles an hour?" I was trying to outrun the tornado. Lucky for me, it went the other way, and it made a left, and I was going right, so it was all good. But, dude, it's on my Facebook. I'd have to go back in my Facebook. Is it worth putting a tire inflator system on a truck or just a trailer? I know a lot of companies, ET's got them on all of their new trailers, like everything with the last 2 or 3 years. And they say yes. Would it be worth putting on your truck? I don't think so. If you're doing with trailers, you generally switch trailers one after another. You might be on 2 or 3 different trailers in a week. But if you're doing a proper pre-trip on your own truck every day, no, you don't need it. You don't need it. So but again, that's just my opinion. Dollars and cents wise, I can't see why you would want one on your truck. I can see why the fleets are doing it on their trailers, because all of ET's trailers, when I'd pull one, if we had a tire that was down, a light would go off, like sort of where your reefer light would be, and that would be it. And Curtis just made a good point. It's high maintenance, and it's a very sensitive system. It really is. So, yes and no. Yes and no. $80 miles an hour back in the 80s. Speed tickets by the score. Dude, at 80 miles an hour, they left us alone. I've had more speeding tickets running, 70 and a 65 than I ever did running 85, 90. And back then the speed limit was was in most states was 55 or 60. And we were running 90 and they left us alone. Glad you're here, John.
Somebody asked a question about a WS4.
A what?
Yeah.
Oh, just got assigned to WSX49EX. Do you know if it's any good? And I start on Monday. What year is it? What year is it, 690? Because what basically Western Stars are Freightliners, right? Freightliner owns them, Freightliner builds them. All they've done is they've taken a Freightliner, it's now, well, the new ones are now Freightliner frame, frame, chassis, computer. They all come with Detroit's, the DD15 or the 13. The only difference is your bunk and your cab, like your bunk and your bunk and your cab. And how luxurious, they're generally a little more luxurious. I like them. I really do. I would drive one. I would, hands down, no questions asked, I would drive one. If somebody handed me the keys to one. You like the shirt, Greg? Thanks, buddy. Thanks. We are, again, I know I keep saying this, but it's a slow process, but we are in the process of putting all this together, the hats, the shirts, the sweats, all that kind of shit. So when we've got it available, if you guys want it, we'll put it out there. Thanks, Karen. All our company's trucks are governed at 100 clicks. That's so we don't do stupid stuff with full loads, though. Well, companies got their own reasons. Companies also govern their trucks based on their own CVOR score. If you guys are all out there with opened up trucks and you're driving around getting tickets, violations, and shit like that, they're going to shut you down because they can't take the points on their CVOR, right? So it's looking so good.
Just eat the fucking thing.
It's sitting right there. Yeah, but I don't want to eat it.
Just eat it. Eat it.
You guys all good if I chow on this?
Did you hear it squirt?
Did you guys hear that? That's how juicy that is. Did you bring a napkin?
No, do you want me to get you?
Yeah, could you grab a roll of paper? Look at this thing. I'm gonna need a roll of paper towel to eat this.
It's like I'm your serving or something.
Does the lack of power hinder you at times? No. No. Don, I just ran, I don't know, 2 or 3 months of running the East Coast. All the hills, up and down, bullshit like that. Am I the first one to get to the top of the hill? No, I'm not. Right? I can't come down the hill. I can't come down a hill at 80 miles an hour with the pedal to the floor and have it wound out and climb that hill and go up the hill like a rocket. I can't do that. But when I get to the top of the hill, I got 5 more gallons than that long-nosed Pete that went by me, you know, grabbing gears as he went up the hill with a 600 cat. I'd rather have the fuel. And does it hinder me on the big highways? Not really, man. You know, am I crazy about being on an 80 mile an hour interstate? And no, I've got a 15, Curtis. I've got a DD15. I've got the DD15. I've got it. I took it down. It was at 505. I took it down to 475. It was at 1860 on torque. I took it down to 1720. I got 308 rear ends with a 12-speed auto with overdrive. Like I spec that truck so it's perfect. Like that's what I want for fuel mileage. You'll swap me, Robert, you'll swap me a Scania T for a wheel burner T. Tell you what, I'll swap you a wheel burner T for a Scania truck. Right now, Robert, I've got the same shirt. I don't have any more black ones, but I've got gray, like gray with the same logos. Do you have any left? Dar's gonna check for you. But if you want to do that, I'll swap you. I'll swap you. Yeah, I'll take one of those tees for one of mine. I gotta send one down to Best. He's gonna swap with me as well, I think. So Yeah, I've got 11 R22.5s. That's what I run. I've got Michelin's on the back, and I've got Bridgestone steers.
Patrick, want to know how your burger is?
It's not bad. It's all right. It's fucking awesome.
You're making dinner tomorrow.
Well, that one.
Patrick's like, give me some.
I feel bad eating in front of you guys. Sorry. Yeah, Curtis, most fleet trucks take it down to about 450, 425, 450. And they drop the torque rating from probably usually down to about 1680 to 1640. I think in that area it's about 1640. No, I didn't want to bottom it out. You know, I didn't want to have to cut a hole in the floor and do the Fred Flintstone to get up a hill or something. So I left it. I gave myself enough power to, but I did take it down. For what I'm doing with 80,000 pounds, dude, I don't need 500 horsepower. At 65 miles an hour, my RPMs are just over 1,200. Like if the mark for 1,200 is there, I am like right there at 65 miles an hour. So if I set my cruise at 65 miles an hour on flat ground, I am just putting along at 1,200 RPM. Beautiful. And that's exactly where I want it. Exactly where I want it. I don't want it 1 RPM higher than that. A lot of the new companies are setting up their a lot of the fleet companies are setting up their trucks this way. They're no longer interested in running for speed. They're running for fuel mileage just look at the price of fuel. Yeah, Challenger runs their trucks at 450, usually 425 to 435, and they're gutless. You know, Curtis, though, it's not always the horsepower. Like, you can run a truck at 435, but if you keep the torque settings at 1720 or 1780 or 1820, you can probably do okay with that. I'm running an old FLD running 400 at 1550, and I can keep up with the fleet guys on the hills and get 8 miles per gallon. You're running 400, so I'm assuming that's 400 horsepower at 1550 torque. And I can keep up with the fleet guys on the hills and they get 8 miles to gallon. I'm going to guess that you're probably running 370s or 373s, rear ends, maybe 390s. If you run 68 miles an hour, Stacy, we're the Flintstones now. Yeah, they dropped the ball when they spec'd that truck. And I know that they did because I spec'd that truck, as you know, and that's not what we put into it. I don't know why you ended up with one so bad. If you run 68 miles an hour, you get half an hour a day to walk in and sit down for lunch. No, you don't. No, you don't. You run 11 hours. You drive 11 hours at 68. You drive 11 hours at 65 miles an hour. You're going to arrive at the destination maybe 12 minutes ahead of me. But I'm going to have 411 rears. Yeah, I knew you had big legs on it, or short legs on it, but I'm going to arrive at the destination, like I said, 12 minutes behind you, but I'm probably going to have $60 more fuel in my tank. Is it worth putting on tall tires, 20 R24s with 308s? You know what, man? That's a good question. I've never investigated it. I've never checked it out. It's easy to do. You just got to go into your computer and make a switch to let the truck know you're running 25 or 24s. I don't know. That's one of those questions, bro. I don't have an answer for that one. If I had to guess, and like just sit here and do math in my head and guess on this, I would say probably not. Probably not. Unless you're, if you're pulling flat ground, long stretches, like if you're running cattle or something, I'd say yeah, right? Yeah. But no, otherwise I'd say probably not. I like sitting down and eating too. Unfortunately, the only place to eat is on a 2-lane highway with no spot to park. Yeah, no shit, dude. No shit. I need speed because I like to walk into an A&W and sit down for a burger. I hate eating and driving. Well, Jazz, you know what? I love A&W too, and I'd love to sit down and eat, but when I'm on the clock, I'm on the clock. I take my half hour. You know, when you run the States, you take your half hour, you time your A&W stop for your 30-minute break. That's all I can suggest. I will not sacrifice fuel economy or my money for a load. I just won't do it. Hey Vince, how are you, bro? Curtis, I don't like back in the 2000s, they put small liter engines in big trucks. They put 12.7. Well, the 12.7 Detroit is my favorite. The 60 series 12.7, my favorite engine. Loved it. Had it in my W9. You could do anything with it. Sounded great. Performed well. Lots of power. Easy to fix. Cheap to fix. You could blow up a 60 series Detroit. You could blow it up and under 20 grand rebuild it. So I love them. Yeah, Robert. Now that he said that, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to leave that. And check that out. Yeah, I'd rather keep $400 in my pocket than eat $19 worth of food. Who the fuck are you kidding? $19 worth of food. You can't go to A&W anymore and spend 19 bucks.
Yeah, for one person.
Not for me. I go to A&W. My bill is $22. You see the bills. She gives me shit. A&W, her Dar and I went to A&W. It was $39 for the two of us.
Yeah.
It was 40 fucking bucks. And she didn't get a drink. Like, we just got like 2 burgers, 1 drink, 2 fries, $39. I'm like, holy crap.
That's why we're barbecuing.
That's why I'm barbecuing. Yeah, that's why I'm eating this. New guy. Hello, Brian. Well, hello, new guy. There's a new one, new guy. I haven't seen you in here before, bro. Where are you from? Where are you at? Speak up. Tell us your name. No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about, Curtis. 3 days ago, he spent $45 on 3 subs. Holy crap, man. Holy crap. I eat in my truck. Dar goes to the store, does her groceries. She buys pork chops, chicken, all that kind of shit. We barbecue it up. It goes into portion containers, goes into the fridge, or if it's raw, something, because I've got an air fryer in the truck. So I'll take raw chicken, pork chop, whatever. I eat in the truck. Not because I want to, when I'm dead tired at the end of my shift, and I've got, X amount of miles done. It's not because I want to sit there and, take the extra time and cook my dinner. I don't. But I don't want to be spending, let's say round it to 20 bucks. I don't want to be spending 20 bucks twice a day on 2 meals every single day. I don't want to. I'll keep that money in my pocket. For what it costs Dar, even with the price of goddamn groceries, for what it costs Dar to do the groceries and feed me for the week, if I was spending $40 a day for food, that would way surpass the what I would do at a restaurant.
That's nice.
New guy, appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thanks, man. That's real kind of you. Keep watching. Hopefully you're subscribed. Hit the subscribe button. And as long as you guys are out there subscribing, hit that like button. Hit the like button. There's 65 of you in there. We got 35 likes. Come on. Hit it. Let's go. Do I ever feel like they're working? Yeah, J Mac. Yeah, I do. Do you ever feel like they're working on the wrong spots of the 401? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I clipped it. I got at between the 750 and the 738, coming westbound, coming back from New Brunswick, Tuesday. I got run. There's always that one four-wheeler that wants to run, and then thinks he's going to pop in. No, he didn't pop in, and I had to brake on it, jump, and I had to move because he actually went out, missed the cone, came out. I had to go out and I clipped the goddamn cone to save his life. Mind you, from the 750 to the 738, actually from about the 7 from Cornwall all the way to the 738. That road's terrible. And they're working on the wrong lane. Like, they got the wrong lane closed. You're going down, like, I don't know about you guys, but when I'm going down the highway, like, everything in my truck, the whole dash is going like this for about 45, 50 clicks. It's like, come on. Here's hoping there's no construction in Quebec this summer. Who are you kidding? Karen, are you out of your mind? They've already got half the city tore up. If you're coming from New Brunswick to Toronto, fly. Or make sure you're driving like an all-wheel drive like Subaru or something. Make sure you got an Outback. It's horrible. Saw my first moose yesterday. Never had them back home. Apparently she likes to cross there a lot. Dude, I've never seen so many moose as I have in probably the last couple of months. And the worst time for them, especially in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, is at night. They're all over the damn place. And they're huge. Montreal has 117 construction site projects this summer. Just saying. Thanks, Pat. You can keep that to yourself next time. Montreal is the worst. Montreal is worse. And you know why they're the worst? For roads? Jesus, who is this? Zach. Okay, I'll get there, Zach. I'll get there. Jesus. You know why Montreal is the worst? Because the quality of the construction that they put down on the road sucks balls. They're cheap and it's shit. So by the time they finish a stretch of road, one winter comes through, the snow plows come through, they tear it all back up again. The $40 billion that they just spent on that stretch of road is worthless. That's why Montreal and Quebec are so bad. It's because their road crews and their road construction is poor quality. I hate to say this, but Ontario's road quality, for at least the construction they do, when they put down a piece of road, at least it's decent. Ontario Street in St. Catherine was voted the worst road in Canada, according to CAA. I'll take your word for it. I don't go into St. Catharines very much. Notre Dame going down to the old Molson plant, the docks. Yep. Roads equal money pits in Quebec. You know what? Roads equal suspension and car damage. Dude, I've been doing that. I've been doing those rounders, like I said, for a couple of months. Man, I've had to get 2 alignments done on my truck because of going through Quebec and New Brunswick. The roads are so bad. And it's fucking ridiculous because I got to the point where I know where all the bad spots are. So you know but you can't even get around them. You got no choice but to hit potholes. And there's potholes in New Brunswick big enough if you stand on the lip and you look in, there's a Volkswagen Beetle in there. Yeah, exactly. ZI-12, exactly. Just like the GW bridge and across the Bronx. It's bad. Well, we used to joke that, New York State was the worst state around for roads. I hate to say this, but they're not. Them in Michigan. Michigan still are really bad. Anybody hear about Pat King? He's 100 days in jail.
That's fucking ridiculous.
You mean he got another 100 days? Or he's been in there for 100 days? If I had to guess, I think he's been in there for more than 100 days.
Since February.
Sounds like Rockford. Yeah, Clifton. Rockford's bad too.
Yeah, 'cause
Illinois? Yeah, that's brutal. 690's going to have a shower, guys. Everybody say goodbye to 690. He's going to have a shower. Enjoy your shower. You know where we're going to be when you're done your shower. Come on out. Come back. I'll probably still be eating this damn hamburger.
he's packing.
PA and Jersey have bad roads. PA's got really bad roads. They've tried for years to clean up the 81 through Jersey, or through PA, sorry, and it's bad.
There's a comment from Donald.
My son Hunter says hello, Donald. Well, Hunter, if you're watching, how you doing, buddy? I'm glad you're watching, and speak up, say something. Go get your own channel, or go get your own account. Then you can type away and say whatever you want. The guy that King is a trucker who got arrested from the Freedom Convoy. The Canadian government using him as a prop. The Canadian government is trying to use him as an example, but it's not working.
It's disgusting.
It's not working. They're trying to make an example of him, and it's backfiring on them. So they just keep piling more shit on him, and it's not fair to him. It's not fair to him. Like, the guy should have been out of jail ages ago. But they kind of think they just keep throwing more and more shit on this poor bastard. It's bad. It's bad. I think everybody else is out.
George is still in.
Is Freedom George still in? He might know too much. The man has rights. They've got him in jail realistically on what you and I would call misdemeanors. Like, I could leave my house right now, walk through Kingston, walk up and down Kingston. There, I can probably, with my own eyes, I can spot people committing crimes worse than anything Pat King did, and they've got this guy locked up and they're frying his ass.
About seeing. Oh. What's wrong, Piper?
A lot of guys in the trucking industry can all agree that Trudeau and Biden have to go. Well, Curtis, you saw my rant last week on Trudeau. And you heard what I said about him and Biden. You know, if both of them were in my swimming pool comment, I wouldn't save either of them. I wouldn't save either of them. They definitely got to go. And we need an alternative. I'm not 100% positive who I would vote for, because I don't trust any of them now. I don't trust Singh. Do I trust Pierre Poilievre? Not really. He's a politician. You know, he's saying all the right things at the right times to get your votes. How quickly will he forget about all the shit he's promising us once he gets elected and he's got the power? Will he follow through? There's only one way to find out. We got to vote for him and put him through. If he does, great, rah, rah. If he doesn't, bend over, because we're going to take it again from another party. I mean, I wish, you know what? I'd give my left nut for a crystal ball. I really would. Thanks, Patrick. The rant was as tasteful as the burger is. Trudeau is bumping elbows with Pelosi. Trudeau is in bed, and it is a big fucking bed, Karen. He's in bed with a lot of people. A lot of people. Biden, Pelosi, Schwab, who's that other guy over? A bunch of the Europeans. I mean, well, you're right. You're right, Patrick. That's a good way to describe. I'm assuming you're describing our political situation. It's a Canadian train wreck. I absolutely agree with that 100%. Who knows? It might be planned. It might be planned to get majority. Dude, like, one way or another, we're screwed. You know, we really are. And this is my opinion. I'm not no political expert. I really am not. I follow it a little bit here and there, and I watch for my own. Basically, I watch politics not because I care so much about, you know, the world around me. I'm more interested in my own self-being and my own career and my own family. You know, that's why I follow politics. I'm not, I'm in no way, shape or form, am I any kind of, you know, expert in politics, even though I should have gone into politics when I was younger. Had a chuck roast for dinner. It tastes amazing. That's nice. That's nice. The Canadian government is a taste of what the American government is going to do. I've got friends down there, man, and they're getting it already. They're getting it already. Yeah, I think we're all going to Curtis's next week for dinner. We're going to do the live from Curtis's place. He's going to feed us all. I wouldn't trust Singh as far as I can throw him. I really would not trust him. You think about it. He threw his whole political party in with Trudeau. He backed him. He gave him everything. I would love to be a fly on the wall. I really, really would. I'd love to be a fly on the wall and when the backroom deal was made with Trudeau. What the fuck did Trudeau promise him? What did he promise him to get him to do that? Because not fucking 3 weeks later, Singh's out there going, oh, we have to nail Trudeau for this. We have to nail, like, these guys will work with each other one moment and stab each other in the back two seconds later. Everything goes in, James, actually, hold on, I want to read that. Everything goes in cycles. We're going back to the 80s. Most governments in the next few years will switch to conservative. I don't know. You could be right. Actually, and if that be the way it's going, and if that's the trend, and you think, I would have no problem with that. I really wouldn't. I think what we have to do is be very, very cautious. I think, I honestly think that when we don't have to necessarily change ourselves, we have to change our way of thinking, but we have to change our way of getting these guys into power and how they get there. Change the process. Make them more accountable for what they're promising us. And if they don't promise, if they promise us the rainbows and the pink elephants, they better fucking deliver. And if they don't, they need to be held accountable. Right now, there's no accountability. Trudeau promised us the fucking world. Nevada's in the house, boys and girls. What's going on, Nevada? They promised us the world, the Liberals did. None of it came to fruition, and nobody's been held accountable. So, how do you do that? How do you come up with a procedure or a policy that holds these cocksuckers, that holds them to be accountable? Welcome, Nevada, to the Canadian community. Well, for those of you that don't know, Nevada Truck and Trails out of Las Vegas, Nevada, great channel. You guys that don't know, haven't seen, definitely go check this out. Good shit. Probably one of the coolest guys on YouTube. Never seen the guy lose his shit, unlike myself. Never seen him come unwound, unlike myself. And puts out great content. Yeah, I watch all his vlogs. Tahara's in the house. It's easy to ask a politician why we have to vote and who they are working for. Okay. They're gonna, what, and if they lie to you, how do you hold them accountable? How do you hold them accountable? I'd love to be able to hold a politician accountable. My God, that'd be like winning the fucking lottery. Get away, this is mine. The dog's eyeballing me now for my burger. Solution, a voting card that holds your vote. When they lie, remove the vote. They lose enough vote, they're out of there and keeps us involved the whole term. You know what? That's not a bad idea, brother. That's not a bad idea. Ron, I would actually back something like that. You know, on the card, whatever, you know, the politician's card or that party's card, it has to say what his platform is on there and what we're voting for. And if he's not, when he gets voted, and if he doesn't knock off whatever this, he loses votes. I think that's a great idea. I really do. I really, really do. I think it's an awesome idea. Now, again, I'm not a politician, so I don't know the procedure and strategy, but how do you implement something like that? Right? How do you implement something like that? Trudeau's last election was bullshit. Yeah, Curtis, you're goddamn right it was. His first election was bullshit. Dude, the guy won the election because he promised to legalize pot. And that's what won him the election. He won on the 19 to 25 age categories. They all came out and voted because the 19 to 25-year-olds went, woohoo, we're going to legalize weed. And the fucker won. It won him the election. I don't think he's had an honest day in the House. They need to start dressing like stock car drivers. Yeah. What's that? Nevada, hold on. Sorry, I'm not set up. I got to keep throwing. We need honest elections. Voter ID laws needed badly. That would work. That would work in Canada as well, Kyle. It really would. Clifton, uncomfortable, exactly. Now black market weed, $500 a pound. That's crazy. Did you hear the MP of New Zealand is now taxing farmers for their livestock? Are you serious? Because the farts are seriously, because the farts are contributing to the global warming or whatever. You know what? Don't say shit like that, because that's something Trudeau would do. You know, he'd call it another fucking gas tax, which is what it is. It's gas tax. I can't fathom another tax up here. I can't fathom another bloody tax up here. I don't know what else they can tax me on. They have it their way. They're going to get each and every one of us for a carbon tax. Our very own carbon footprint. I think they're already working on that. They've already got it. I know that in trucking, I get dinged for a carbon tax. In Canada, I do. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Why?
You know, I already get dinged for that. I don't know. I don't think that. I don't think the cars do, but I know that I do. Australia allowed Chinese corporations to buy their power supplies. Oh, I'm sorry, Nevada. I'm sorry. Minorities can't get IDs. That would be voter suppression. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We have the same problem. Great UN facts. Gray alien tax. Dude, there's no way to make a political election or a political run honest and put everybody on a level playing field. It's impossible. It is impossible because there's too much this, especially in the States. Like you guys have seen the US elections where, you know, like let's just use Hillary Clinton. Her whole fucking campaign, she was upwards of almost $1 billion worth of contributions to run her election. The Liberals spent what? They were in the millions. They weren't in the hundreds of millions. Like a whole political campaign was it's 1/10 if whatever a political campaign in the U.S. goes. The warning labels will be on cigarettes. So more poison. What the fuck? Cynthia, glad you're here. Glad you're here. Smallest piece of shit machines. Curtis, just wait. Window tax will be coming soon. Well, there's going to be a breathing tax. They're going to estimate how many breaths each of us takes in a day. They'll take a fucking average and come up with a dollar value for you and ding it on you. You watch. It's something goofy's coming. There's going to be a cigar tax, a vape tax. They're going to tax the shit out of us. It's already bad enough, you know. Like I saw that stupid thing on Facebook that the guy says, "Oh, thank you for my salary," and you take 35% of my salary. Now I got to take the other 65% of my salary and go buy a home that I'm taxed on, a car that I'm taxed on, the food that I'm taxed on, everything I'm taxed on. By the time you're done with it, you got fucking 11% of your money left over, and that's what you got to live on. Then you got to put money away for your retirement. We need to get rid of the Queen. Canada is not an independent country. Mm-hmm. You know what? I don't know. I really don't give a rat's ass about the Queen, to tell you the truth. I don't care. We don't have anything to do with England. We really don't. If they took the Queen off our money, I don't know, stick Dar on it. We'll put Dar's face on the $20 bill.
What about Piper?
Put Piper on the 5. Stick me on the 10. Put Curtis on the 50. We'll even honor Nevada. We'll throw him on the 100. We'll throw a U.S. citizen on our $100 bill. The fuck? Karen, Ford wants to give people $4,000 to vacation in Ontario? Where the hell did you hear that? I'll go on vacation right now. I'll start right this minute. You want to give me $4,000? The legal system has a lot to do with the Queen in England. You know what, Cynthia? You could be right. I'm not a lawyer. I can't speak on that. It's probably something I don't know. Canada is a country. We will not be able to retire in cash when you're ready to leave this country. Well, we won't be able to do anything in cash probably in the next 5 years because everything is going digital. There will be no cash. Nothing you can do about it. You got to stay in Ontario. Karen, I'll stay in Ontario and vacation in Ontario. I really will. We've got shit in Ontario that, you know, I'll gladly go visit, hang out at some of these lakes and all that kind of shit for a week or two. No problem. Would I rather be in down in the Caribbean? Yeah, no problem. But you want to pay me $4,000 to go sit up north fishing out of a lake that hasn't seen people in 25 years? I got no problem with that either. Canada is an independent country. Britain's Queen Elizabeth remains the nation's head of state. The Queen does not play an active role in Canadian politics. The only thing the Queen does is she approves the Attorney General. I know that for a fact. That is the only thing. Golden Aladdin. There he is. There he is. How we doing, Rick? Glad you tuned in. That is the only thing that the Queen does, as far as I know, legal-wise. She has no say in the Prime Minister, any of the provinces, any of that shit there. But when the Attorney General of Canada is appointed, for some fucking reason, she has to sign off on it. And that's it, period. So I don't think she's in here. She has any lawmaking. She has no right, or she has no ability to make laws, break laws, change laws, or anything like that. She can't have prime ministers ousted. She can't do any of that. She looks good in her crown, and that's about all she's good for. In my opinion, that's all she's good for. I'm not a royal fan. I really don't give a shit. I really don't give a crap. If the royal family, I wish them no harm, but if they lost their status as the royals and they fell on hard times, I wouldn't be sending money to a fucking GoFundMe to help them. Is it the Governor General? Sorry, Scruff. Thank you. Governor General. Sorry, guys, I said Attorney General. What's Attorney General? That'd be the U.S., wouldn't it? Sorry, guys. Governor General. That's why we got you guys, right? Now we got Scruff and Robert. Who else? You guys were Googling the shit out of me a couple of weeks ago. I had to think about everything I wanted to say because I didn't want you guys to jump down my throat. And that's a good point, Greg. Our Governor General did nothing when the no confidence barrage and the petitions against Trudeau. He's exactly useless. PGF, hello, friend. Do you think the Queen of England has the right to fire both the Governor General and the tyrant Prime Minister? No, we're not part of England. I don't think she has a right to do anything. I think that Canada is an independent country. I think we have the right to do whatever we want and run our country. And England has no say in what we do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you remember when the spray net was banned in the 80s? That was the start of the carbon tax. Spray net, the hairspray, you mean? Provinces have an attorney general. There you go. Shows what the fuck I know. Okay? So guys, don't seriously take my word for anything. Okay? Anything I'm talking about here or that we're discussing, this is just my opinion or anything that I've seen or read or whatever. Don't take it to heart and don't take it as 100% positive. A lot of things coming out in the States about the 2020 election and the fraud that took place across the country. I think probably in the next 3 years, between Canada and the US and both sets of elections that have gone on, you're going to hear about a whack of shit. You really are. It's a lot of the backroom deals and shit that happened, and the backstabbing and the smear and all the shit that went on is all going to come to light. The crown rules, not the queen. When you know what that means, you'll know what's going on. Robert, I don't know what it means, but I can probably figure it out. I would imagine that probably means the crown as the figurehead, not the person. The crown being the recognized of the crown of the authority, and it's not the actual person that has the authority. Queen has a bigger role in the military. For example, a royal family supply the Black Watch with flags they change up. Did not know that. Learning something new every single day. In the US, you're presumed innocent until proven guilty. In Canada, you're presumed guilty until proven innocent. You know what, Cynthia, I gotta agree with that. Unfortunately, I have to agree with that. I really do. We're seeing more and more of it. And again, like I said last week, don't ever forget what they did to us in Ottawa. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever let that slip your mind just because it's getting farther and farther away. That was a fucking prime example of innocent until proven guilty. And it wasn't just the truck drivers. It wasn't just us. Guys, it was all of you that supported us, fed us, brought us fuel, helped us, took care of our kids, helped us with breakdowns, all the mechanics, all of the support staff. You guys all got as much of a shaft as we did. And you were guilty until you were proven innocent. Yeah, Greg, you watch. It's coming. It's coming. Cinderella Vice. That's how it used to be. Unfortunately, now it is you are guilty. Let's see you prove yourself innocent. Cliff, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. It is not a good time to get yourself in shit. It really isn't. It really isn't. It was an authoritarian slip, as he says it. Well, again, like until Pat King. As I said earlier, I could go outside right now and probably lay my eyes on a whole whack of people that are doing shit that are bigger crimes than anything Pat King ever did. And yet that poor bastard's still in there fighting for his fucking freedom. How the hell is that? How the hell is that? Tahira, you're absolutely right. And when I say, and I said this last week, and I hope nobody got the wrong idea when I said that I hate Canada, okay? I didn't mean it, and I tried to, hopefully I explained it, you guys know what I meant. The Canadian people are still the greatest people in the world. They truly are. I love the Canadian people, okay? I love the country. What I say when I say I hate Canada, it's the leadership that we have and the direction they're taking the country. Okay, that is what I hate. And at that moment, and even now as I'm sitting here, I hate this fucking place. I hate living here. I hate living in Canada. I don't hate being a Canadian. I'm a proud Canadian, just like all of you guys are. But I fucking hate living here because of who we've got running our government and the direction they're taking our country, and we're all being dragged along for the fucking ride. I hate that. It doesn't matter whether, Cynthia, it doesn't matter if you're in Canada or the US. You have to hire your lawyer and you have to come out of pocket for your lawyer or for your defense. Okay? You do. And you're absolutely correct. Who you're fighting against, okay? Whether in the States, you know, you're fighting against what, the prosecutor and all that. And in Canada, you're fighting against the Crown Attorney. Their pockets are unlimited. It's absolute. They're absolutely unlimited. If I wanted to go to court and say I was charged with, say they come after me for saying something stupid on YouTube and shut me down, and I want to go to court and fight the government, there's no fight. I could sell my house, my truck, my bicycle, Piper, my hamburger. I could sell it all and still run out of money before the government does, and probably never see my day in court. They'll just drain you. And it does, and that's on both sides of the border. There's no winning here. If they want you bad enough, if they truly want you bad enough, you are fucked. Unless you've got, unless you've got Trump money, or unless you got, billionaire money. then, you can go and hire an entire legal team and just sit back and let them go to work. Then, sure, you got a fucking fighting chance at it. But guys, people like you and me and all of us, not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. Ron, I am proud that we showed the world how we party in the Capitol and the balloon rides and the kids. You know what, Ron? We had a great time. We had a great time. I loved it. I loved it. On the day that Trudeau announced that we were criminals and we were all causing, the day he announced that, we were playing road hockey in the street. The most Canadian game in the world. The Canadians are the best hockey players in the world, and a fucking street hockey game broke out because we are so gangster. We are so gangster that we broke out a street hockey game, and 100 yards down the road from where we were playing street hockey, there was a bunch of kids bouncing around in bouncy castles. Woohoo! Look out! Look out for them kids in those bouncy castles. That's terrorism at its finest right there. I don't think anybody will ever compete with what we did in Ottawa. It'll never happen. It'll never happen again. And what kills me now is because of that. Like, you guys know about the new that Bill 100 that they slipped through about the protesting. Do you know that right now that you can't even go out and protest something? If the government doesn't think that you should be allowed, or if they don't like what you're protesting, they can arrest you now. They can arrest you on the spot. No trial, no. They arrest you and take you away, and you have to fight to get out. They've taken away our right to protest or to stand up for ourselves. They slipped that one by us. Let's face it, it all went to poop when we lost John Wayne. Oh, I could get up right now and go in and watch a Duke movie. All day long. All day long. You know what? I could listen to a Duke movie or a John Wayne movie. I just want to hear him fucking talk. Love it. Love it. Him and a Dirty Harry movie. I want to go watch a John Wayne Western and a Dirty Harry movie. Yeah, Curtis, I think at one point, the Canadian convoy, I think there was over 30 other convoys worldwide that got media attention, and there was more than that. Like, there was some smaller groups here and there, but there was over 30 other convoys worldwide total that ended up getting media attention because of what we sparked. You know, just because of what we sparked. That's awesome. That is awesome. And you know what? We should all be proud of what we did. We should all be proud, whether you were one of us down there with your truck and you were a truck driver and you were there, whether you were there, or like I said, whether you were support staff or whether you were the family of that truck driver down there supporting us. You should be proud. We should all be very proud of what we did. I have no regrets. I would do it again in a minute. I really would. I have no regrets. None whatsoever. I loved every minute of it. I made more friends out of people that on an everyday living that I would never have met. Nowhere in the world. This is the first time, and I've been both coasts of this country and the U.S. Never in my life have I ever been in one place and heard so many different languages, and nobody was fighting. Nobody was fighting. How do you say we're terrorists? How do you say we're problem makers or troublemakers? How do you say that? There were representatives from every single country in that convoy, every single country in the world in that convoy, and everybody was hanging out, having fun, laughing, joking. It didn't matter if you couldn't speak this language, that language, or whatever. We were there for a common cause, and everybody had a good time. We were one. And you will never, ever see that again. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Curtis, I'm proud to be a Canadian, but I hate to be a citizen. Touchdown! You got it. You got it. You got it. I think Cliff's having problems. You got us, Cliff? That's Rick, you're absolutely right, and that's the direction he wants to go. That is the direction he wants this country to go. That's the Great Reset. That's what they're going for. That's exactly what they're going for. He's going for a dictatorship. Trudeau tells school children to protest and challenge authority, yet jails people for doing that exact thing. Wizard, you nailed it. You absolutely fucking nailed it. I couldn't have said that better myself. The PM who stole freedom by it commemorates the spirit of the trucker and what it ignited throughout Canada along the sidelines from coast to coast to coast, inspiring as fuck. Glad you're back, Cliff. It wouldn't be the same without you, bud. Now we need a trucker day. You're goddamn right we do. All these guys out there rolling these 18 wheels are working 70 hours a week. Now, I'm sure there's people out there with regular jobs that work, 70 hours too. But you know what? We do it week after week after week. There should be a National Trucker Day. And all I want for National Trucker Day is I want to roll in and get a free coffee. That's all I'm asking. Give me a free fucking coffee. Dictatorship of total North America. Well, that's where they're going. If you look at Biden's campaign and Biden, the way the U.S. is going, we already know which way Trudeau's going. The Great Reset's going to hit. It's going to be flat. It's going to be a dictatorship, and this is going to be China or North Korea. It's going to be bad. Hopefully, I'll be dead and buried when the hammer comes down. I really hope I am. I don't want to be alive to see that. And hopefully my children have left the country. Two of my kids, my oldest two kids, as you know, they fucked off. They went down to Mexico when it hit. Flying potato. Doing great, man. Glad you're here. They buggered off when all the mandates hit and they went down to Mexico. And then they just moved to Medellin, Colombia. So they're in Colombia right now and they're living down there. They want nothing to do with Canada. It's not that they miss living in Canada. I was talking to my daughter Catherine last night. She misses living in Canada. She misses the Canadian people, but she's not willing to go along with the Canadian ride, which way the government is going. Robert, I supported you, Brian, and got on your channel. I saw you on ET2. Fell out with Ronan when he was telling drivers to buy stocks and said no. Yes, it worked before, but not now. He deleted my comment. You know what? Unfortunately, it's his channel. He's free to do whatever he wants. Part-time trucking or a free Pepsi. I'll take a free, throw me a free coffee or a free Coke. I'll take that all day long. I'm not asking for the world. Throw me a free drink. You know what it is? You know what the cat's meow would be? I want a free truck wash. It's about $110. I'm asking a lot, but National Truckers Day in Canada, every truck gets a free truck wash. Sign me the fuck up for that. I am all over that. I'll tell you this, Robert. You go through all my videos, everything that we put up, okay? Now I don't have the membership, the subscribers that ET's got. I think they're over 85,000. And I don't have that. And I don't get, 20,000 views a video, right? I'm happy when my videos hit 1,000. I'm good with that. That's just great with me. But at least I'm going to tell you guys all now, say whatever you want. The whole time that we've had this channel up and operating and we've been building it up slowly and building it up, we've never deleted a comment. You guys are welcome to say whatever you want. I may not like it, but I will at least respect it. Trucker's Day should be a free drink and 2 hours on a massage table by a skilled therapist. Jazz, you're crazy. I go for massages. I'm good for 45 minutes. By the time she's done with me, I feel like a fucking pretzel. I walk out of there in more pain than I went in, but it's the after effect of the massage. It's really good for me. But 2 hours? Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. Yeah, Cliff, she went all the way to both of them. My two oldest kids. My oldest daughter is 30, and my second oldest daughter is 27. And they both, my oldest daughter had a successful business. She sold her business, closed it down, and left all the way to South America. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Oh! I saved it. 5-second rule. No, Piper's right here.
No, she's inside now.
Johnny Highwood, glad you're here, brother. Johnny's out chasing coyotes. Actually, we've had a good, we've been lucky here. We have not had a bad coyote problem so far. We've had them and they've come in. We've not had any on the property yet. Do we have an escape plan? I could tell you, Greg, but then I'd have to kill you.
Semi.
I would. Do we have an escape plan? We've got something tucked away in the back of our head that if things absolutely fell to shit and went to hell and the world just was falling, Canada was just falling in upon itself, yeah, we've got a plan. I hope I never have to use it. Truly, I don't want to have to use it, but yeah, there's something. Stacy wants to go to Belize. Yeah, Dar'll go with you on that one. Yeah, it was somebody, I was talking with somebody tonight and we were talking about how my kids are down in Colombia. And he goes, my God, but the cartels and this. And I says, yeah, but there's no crime. There's no crime. There's no crime in Colombia, right? Nobody's going to cross them. Oh yeah, Pat, you're off to Italy. You're breaking my heart.
Wow.
Yeah, he's off to Italy for a week's vacation.
I go live with
We don't, hey Pat, Dar's coming to live with you. She's coming to live with you. Mr. B, there's actually, we start calling you Mr. Google. We were just talking about you. Glad you're here. You got your Google warmed up? I'll make you uncomfortable. Plan gun.
There's John McFadden.
Nope. Johnny McFadden. There's a name I haven't seen in years. Brother, how the hell are you? How the hell are you? I'll be honest with you guys. I would have no trouble going down to South America. I would have none. I would have no trouble living in a cartel-infested country. There's no crime. People aren't starving. It's beautiful. In Medellin, where they are right now, it averages 24 to 25 degrees, 24 to 25 degrees all year round. You know, there's no humidity. It's a great place. I would live there. Curtis, you know what? Dar and I were talking. Where are we going to move if we're going to leave here?
Carolina.
We're going south. We're going either north South Carolina, or I'd like to maybe go to Montana, but she doesn't want the cold. She doesn't want the cold. She doesn't want the winters. So I would probably go South Carolina. I don't think I'd go I don't think I'd go down to South America. But I would definitely sell everything I've got here and take everything, go down to South Carolina. Johnny, you're just learning how to use this shit. Well, hey, dude, me too. Me too. I'm glad you're working on it though. I'm glad you're here. We do this. We're doing it on Friday. We don't usually do Fridays. We usually do Saturday nights, 8 o'clock every Saturday. So if you got nothing to do every Saturday, come hang out. Yeah, Dawn, I saw that. They're trying to legalize hard drugs. I don't think that's a great idea. I had no problem with them legalizing pot. No problem whatsoever. Pot, in my eyes, is equivalent to, you can smoke a joint or you can have a shot of whiskey. They're both the same in my eyes. But sitting there drinking a couple of shots of whiskey and doing a couple of lines, now you're talking a whole different ball game here. Whole different ball game. Ha, going down south to hang with the clan. I don't think so. Not this week. Not next week.
First time watching YouTube.
Carolina, Tennessee, and Midwest all have cheap land available. Yeah, I know. And what you can buy for land down there is not like, oh, you go buy an acre. You can buy acreage at cheap down there. It is. It's almost cheaper in some of those places to buy an old farm that's been foreclosed on that nobody wants for a Canadian to go down there and buy the land, flatten the house, build your own, and you're still better off than buying a fucking house here. Canadians supposedly the nicest, most peaceful country in the world, and we're talking about escaping to drug cartel countries. What the fuck? It's not the people, Greg. I would never leave because the Canadian people we are the greatest country in the world for our people.
Not all of our people.
Well,
There's a lot of fucktards right now.
I'm talking about our leadership. Our leadership is what's dragging the country, and we're all being dragged along, right? I love crime, but it's Robert. I love crime, but it's not crime, is it? It's only a crime. There is a victim, doesn't hurt anyone. It's not a crime. I agree. It's not a crime if nobody gets hurt. Have I had a load set with KBD yet? No. Truck went up today. It didn't make it up yesterday. So I came out of ET. They pulled all their shit out of it, but it took them too long. So my truck went up there, got inspected. All the shit, contracts got signed, everything got done. There's a couple little things. I gotta get a criminal check. I forgot. I should have had that done by now, but that won't take long. We did that online tonight, so all that's done. We're waiting on the plates. The plates are they're estimating they can probably have the truck plated, ready to go, and ready to drive by Wednesday. So I'm looking at being off till Wednesday, and we were prepared to go until all of next week. So if I can be rolling by Wednesday, I'm golden. I am golden. I'm not a golden Aladdin, but I'm golden. Yeah, as G Dar patting me on the back, I'm in my golden years, she says. God. I have a buddy in Saskatchewan. He can get a deal for $5,000 for 1 acre. And he's been thinking about buying 10 acres at a time and selling it high. If he was smart, he'd be buying up as much of that shit as he can get and sitting on it. Just buy it, don't do a damn thing with it, pay the taxes on it, and sit on it.
We should do that.
We should be doing that. because they will eventually come knocking on his door for it. That is the greatest, that's a great idea. Well, Robert, I've been on the road for the last couple of months, but like I said, I've just been running East Coast. I can't wait to get back into the States. I truly can't. I never thought I'd hear myself say that, but I can't wait to cross the border. I can't wait to hand that guy my passport, my ACE, and my ACI, and then ask for him to ask me, where are you going? I'm going to Virginia, and then go to Virginia. I can't wait. I am so sick and tired of looking at the East Coast. It's not funny. Karen, that makes me ancient. Well, it's not proper to ask a lady her age, so we won't. So, you're not ancient, you're just aged. How's that?
Like a wine, fine wine.
You're a fine wine, you're just aged. The US, the States have a better road system and better truck stops. Oh, all day long. But Curtis, they've got better truck stops because they've got 10 times, 15 times as many trucks. That's why, and they have the money, they got the dollars, so it's needed down there more than it's needed here. That's not to say that we don't need truck stops here, because we do. Why don't you get a fast card? You won't need a passport. You know what? I applied for a fast card. I went and did the thing, and they sent me my appointment, and I never went to it. And I can go anytime and get it, but I got to go to Buffalo and get it. So I would. I'm thinking about it. I don't have any serious criminal charges that would affect me for the fast card. And anything that I do have dates back over 20 years. So High Strung House. Brian, did you hear the deaf, what the hell is that word?
I don't know. Controversy is that?
Is it, maybe you're saying controversies? High strung, that says controversy, right? Have I heard the deaf controversies? Yes. I don't know if they're the same ones you've heard. I've heard that the deaf fuel going into the air is worse for us than the diesel fumes. And the pollution that diesel fumes and gas fumes are. The DEF is definitely worse for us than they thought, and now they've discovered it. IH sounds good. If you get down my way on your way to the States, I will buy you coffee or lunch or dinner anytime. Hey, bro, I appreciate that. I will happily sit down and have dinner with anybody. Free dinner? I'll take it. Jazz, look at me. Fast card. They ask if you ever smoke dope, and if you lie, yeah, I guess you're screwed. They're gonna take one look at me. There's no way I could lie. Have I ever smoked dope?
Just lie anyway.
Yeah, once or twice. 25, 30 years ago.
Somebody give that to Piper.
Trudeau has produced 4,500 tons of carbon with his plane. Dude, he's probably produced 4,500 tons of carbon with the shit coming out of his fucking mouth. Are you crazy? Robin, you come to Manitoba. If I ever get a chance, dude, I know where all you guys are. Mr. B's North Carolina. I'm stopping at his place because he was eating well last week as well, so I know to stop there. Robin, you're out in Manitoba. I know I'll be stopping there. I know where to stop if I'm out east. Guys, I'm going to need Jenny Craig by the time you guys are all done feeding me. Actually, hold on. I'd love to smoke dope. I'd love to. The problem with that is, in Canada, we have to take random piss tests. And if you get caught with it, they park your truck. Oh, that one hurt. You see that?
Excuse me.
That one hurt. Would I like to smoke dope? Sure. The only other problem with that is I'm a recovered drug addict, right? I was a heroin and coke fiend. So I don't touch any of it. I don't drink. You guys have never seen me drink anything more harder than a Coca-Cola, right? So I don't drink. I don't do drugs. And I do that by choice. Guys, I'm crazy enough, stone cold sober. I've been sober for almost 30 years. I haven't had a drink or a drug in 30 years. And I'm crazy enough sober. Could you guys imagine me? Imagine me jacked up on coke or heroin? You want to come play in my backyard when I was back in those days when I was playing? No, there's no rum in my coke, Robin or Patrick. I was so bad back in the day that when Dara and I first met, one of the first words to my mother ever said to my wife when we first met was, if you ever see that man pick up a drink, what'd she say?
She said to run.
She said to run. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it was. So, I just prefer it this way. You know what? Since I quit drinking and doing drugs, I'm not in jail once a month. I'm not arrested. I'm not harassed by cops. I'm not getting in. Look at my fingers have all been busted 100,000 fucking times from fighting. I don't have to do that anymore. I like it this way. No, Greg, she's wrong. It's not 3/4 of the burger. It's only half of the burger.
You're eating it.
I'm working on it. I'm smoking a cigar and eating a burger at the same time and drinking a Coke. Debbie Atkins, me and Mr. B will cook y'all some vittles.
Hey, are they together?
I don't care. Cook me whatever you want. I'll eat it. Dude. Or Deb, I'll eat anything you guys put out. Ron, your drink is Dr. Pepper. That is my drink as well. I'm addicted to it though. So I'm off the Dr. Pepper for a while. I've gone to Coke, but I will go back to Dr. Pepper. It's the best thing in the world. Curtis, my dad used to be a truck stop meth back in the day. He did team drive solo. He did team drive solo. He drove for 3 days straight, Toronto, California, rested 2 days and drove back. Dude, I don't know how old your dad is, okay? But I've done that,
What?
okay? Pills.
Oh, yeah, but not when you're driving.
No, not now. Fuck no. No. You know that song? What's that song? They call it a West Coast turnaround. Freightliner Fever. I don't know who does that song, but it's a Freightliner Fever. It's a big long pill, black and round. They call it an West Coast turnaround. It's your return driver. That pill is your return driver. You drive out to Cali, the pill drives back. Feed Brian bull balls. Dude, you cook them up properly and don't tell me what it is, I'll eat it. White line fever. Yeah. Same thing. You haven't eaten until you've had proper butter chicken and naan. I would eat that all day long. I've had proper butter chicken. I used to work at a company and we had a mix of Indians, Pakistani, Afghani, and their wives would bring food in from all different nationalities, and I loved all of that. I couldn't eat a lot of it. A lot of it had a little too much spice for mine. It was a little too hot, but damn, it was good. Loved it. Brian, you're a rock. Sometimes I'm a pebble, Robert. Trust me. Thanks, IH. Appreciate that. Curtis, he's 70, retired in 67. He's 70, retired at 67 due to heart attack. He has 44 years of driving under his belt. Yeah, those are the guys, Curtis, that I look up to. I've got another friend of mine. He's actually working where I'm going back at KBD. His name is Johnny Poole, and he's 70, 73, 74 years old. Again, he's been driving 46, 47 years. Those are the guys that I look up to. Those are the guys that I call. Those are the guys that I like to sit around at truck stops and keep my mouth shut and listen to 2 or 3 of those guys talk. Those are the guys where you hear the good shit. Mr. B's, retire before you're too old to enjoy it. I retired at 56. Well, believe me, I was in line to retire not too far off that. COVID, blood clots, and a bunch of other shit has set me back a bit. But I won't be driving truck till I'm 60, 65. I can guarantee you that. I'll be out of the game before that. And hopefully I'll be able to enjoy myself. I really will. Dar, shoot some darts? No, not while I'm in the garage. If she wants to shoot darts or throw darts, I'll go stand out in the driveway. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm going to do it right now.
Yeah, you go ahead and try that. Curtis, my father, my mother, my cousins, my uncles were all drivers and still drivers. You know what? I'm in the same boat. Same boat. I've got both grandfathers drove truck. Uncles, cousins, I've got everything. My dad was probably the only one in our family that didn't. He came out of high school and joined the Toronto Police Department. But everybody else, all the way down the line, it was generation after generation after generation. Then my dad came in, became a cop, and then I came along and I'm generation. Unfortunately, it's going to stop with me because I've got 5 daughters and none of them are going to drive truck. And that's a shame. I have a son-in-law and he's not going to drive a truck either. So it looks like it's gonna stop with me, and that's a shame. That's a shame.
Jess has a good question.
Have you ever broken down outside of cell phone range in the middle of nowhere, and how did you deal with it? No, I have been really lucky, Jazz. Anytime I have broken down on the side of the road, I've always been within a cell phone. But I can tell you this, I've been in parts of the country where there are no cell, you're on the phone, or I'm on the phone with Dar and the phone goes dead and you got no bars and you're driving for an hour with no cell phone service. I've had that, and the thoughts crossed my head. If I break down right now, what am I going to do? And honest to God, I got no problem flagging. I would park the truck, obviously throw the 4-ways on, throw the triangles out, and I'd flag down a car. As I'm sorry if it upsets somebody that, you think I'm some, but if I don't have a cell phone service, what am I going to do? Yeah, you wave down a driver. Your options are pretty limited. I don't have a spare horse in my truck. I can jump on my horse and run into town. So yeah, you stop, you flag down a driver and you ask for help, and hopefully you get a good citizen or a good Samaritan. What is this? What? Get out of here. We got moth. You get a good citizen or a good Samaritan, and you do. Back in the day, we used to use our CBs. We don't, a lot of guys these days don't even have their CBs turned on. But, usually you could flag, depending on how big a radio you've got, you could usually call out and get some help with your radio. But most guys these days aren't running around with, they're not running around with their radios on. It's not common anymore. I still got my radio on. I still got my CB on. I still call out to guys that I see on the road that I know and everything like that. I still chatter on a CB. If me and one of my friends are going down the highway, we'll go down and we'll grab another channel and we'll talk on the CB. I don't need to talk on the cell phone. If you're half a mile ahead of me and we're both going the same direction, we can just go grab another channel and jump on the CB and we'll talk for hours. Absolute hours. Love CB radios, but I'm finding the newer generation, they've got cell phones. What do they need CB for? Greg, have you ever had a scary moment? Driving my truck? Yeah, about fucking 20 a day. It's that bad out there. About 20 a day. But yeah, I've had moments where I've never had like the full out, all out wreck, destroyed my equipment and everything like that. But have I had scary moments? Sure. I've had, I was talking about one last week. The woman came down the ramp and she has in a Toyota Corolla or a Tercel or something. And she was paying no attention and I was hodged. I couldn't get over. And it scared the shit out of me because she was doing about 40 miles an hour when she merged out onto the highway. And literally, I had to lock them up. Otherwise, I was going to run right up the back of her and down the front of her. And I was so close, I could see both her kids in the back seats, both playing with their electronic devices. And she was up there. She had both hands on the steering wheel and she was just lollygagging along. She doesn't know how close to death she came, but she doesn't know how close to death because she damn near gave me a heart attack. And that happens a lot, you know? A CB and a trucker is like a marriage. Yeah, it is. It is. You know, the Freightliner I've got now, it came with a radio. And when I sold the Kenworth, part of the deal was the guy knew that I had a tuned radio. Like it's called tuned when you get them jacked up and everything like that. So I had a tuned radio, and part of the deal was that he got the radio. So he did. So I don't have, the radio I've got in there is just a standard Cobra 29. It probably goes out for a little better than a quarter mile. Eventually I'm going to put the better, because the antennas on it are terrible because they're internal. So I'm going to put the bigger, better antennas on it, and I'm going to have the radio turned, and I'm going to get back to having my radio. I love having a CB radio. I absolutely do. Need a CB for when you're out of cell range. Absolutely, Cliff. Absolutely. Nobody knows you're in trouble if they can't hear you. Well, John, don't ever shoot your radio or your phone, you know, because I'm not buying you a new one just so you can watch me. You know what the scariest thing? It's the near misses. For example, a near miss with deer, or a near miss with a moose, or a near miss where you're on a backcountry road and some kid comes running down a driveway out on the road chasing a ball. Those are the worst. I'd almost rather not have that and just have an accident. Look at Dar. Yes, I hit a deer with Dar's brand new car. The car was brand new. My last radio, Curtis, I wouldn't get chatter from Florida or anything like that. My radio would go out about 15 miles. I could get out about 15 miles on a good day. And I could pick up, even with atmospheric bounce, I could probably pick up a couple of 100 miles out. For you to pick up from Florida, you really have to have it calibrated properly. And obviously I do. But I could never get that. Did you mount the deer? Well, I kind of like women, so I've never mounted a deer. But have I ever mounted and stuffed a deer? No, never done that. I've never, believe it or not, I've never hit one. Clipped one, did no damage, and the deer took off. Clipped it, took the ass end off it, but I've never done that. Riding my side mirror, I just reached out the other window and put him back in the truck. Had pheasant for dinner that night. True story. I don't doubt it. I believe you. Jazz, you're right. You're right. They're using UHF and VHF now. I myself personally don't. I'm still using the old Cobra, but yeah. Well, Eric, you're right. You don't hit a deer; they hit you. Actually, yes and no. You don't hit a moose; they hit you. But deer, they're just too stupid. They walk out in the middle of the road and then they stand there, and then you either have one or two choices. You can either hit it or you can dodge it and possibly wreck yourself. Look at Rick's comment. There, Rick, in case you don't know, Dar is my wife. She answered your question for you, bro. Yeah. I had two of them, two scary moments, two pays in a row. Yeah, his whole setup was worth a couple $1,000. Yeah, I got a, he's not a friend of mine, he's just an acquaintance. He's got a setup in his truck. He's got a, what has he got? He's got like a 17 Pro Star. And he's got the big amp built on, like mounted onto the thing and all that kind of shit. And he can, if you're within a mile of him broadcasting, he'll blow the windows clean right out of your truck. Absolutely blow the windows right out of your truck.
Excuse me.
I thought we would die. What are you talking about?
What's your paycheck?
Oh, my paycheck. God, I thought yeah. Well, I was telling Rick about it. I told him how bad the paycheck was and how bad the fuel was. All right, let's get back to this. I just cook ribs and send smoke signals. Yeah, when Mike Campbell's cooking ribs, you can smell them from my place, and we live 90 miles apart. He's getting really good at it. Really good at it. Oh, man. You guys are killing it. Look at the comments are going by fast. Usually I'm a little faster than this, but you guys are just... If you hit a deer or a moose, the fur or else the insurance won't believe you. That's absolutely true, Jazz. When I smoked the deer with Dar Civic, it rode off the whole front end of the car and the deer got up and ran back into the forest. Luckily for us, there was tufts of fur jammed into the front of the car. And when we sent the pictures, everything all was good. Everything was believable.
Aw, look at Robert Road.
Dar is not Brian's wife. She is his foundation. I want one. Robert, I agree. I cannot disagree with you on that. There are not many women around that would put up with this. And she has for almost 20 years. Besides the fact that I'm 20 years into the investment, can't cash it in now. I gotta keep it, right? Gotta ride that stock all the way to the bottom.
Just eat a hamburger, but
Don't kid yourself, guys. You guys all know who she is. You know what she means. And still cooks, yeah, that's what she just said. And she still cooks me a burger. And still cook a mean burger. Yep. Hey, you know what? You got a woman that'll put up with your shit and make you a hamburger like that. You got to keep her. You got to keep her. I couldn't get rid of her now. It's so big. I'm still mounting.
It's a 2-hour burger now. His
Oh,
food is
wow.
2 hours old.
Whatever. Damn, that's good.
Oh, ask them if anyone has a hybrid car at all.
Oh, I got a question for you guys. Hold on, we're going to talk to Mr. Bees. How much does an EV battery cost to replace? Replacement ranges from $0 to $20,000. Dude, I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue how much an EV battery costs. I know that if you have to replace the battery on a Tesla, you're $21,000. I know that. Goddamn car is worth 24. The battery's worth 20. But here's my question for you. And this is for Dar. She wants a hybrid, right? She's got a Honda Civic and it's okay on gas, but even with the price of gas, and we need a hybrid. What is the best hybrid? And it has to be, she wants an SUV. Any of you guys got hybrids? What do you got? What are you running? And how good and reliable are they? This is our first entry into the hybrid market. So of course we're doing the internet and we're checking it out and we're looking at this and that and the other thing. But I don't know, right?
Oh, see? Toyota RAV4.
Toyota RAV4. Okay, that's the first one that came to mind. And my brother, who actually, like I said, lives in Calgary, he works for Chrysler, and I was on the phone with him tonight, and that's what I was talking to him about. And that's the first one he said as well. Good night, Rick. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in, bro. No, we need an all-wheel drive, Wizard. I think the Prius is only a front-wheel drive. She needs all-wheel drive for driving in the winter. The Civic, we live out in the country, and she's on a lot of the backcountry roads, so she's needing something with all-wheel drive. We always had all-wheel drive vehicles, and then like I had my Acura MDX, but with the price of gas, it cost $9 just to start it. So forget it. We got rid of them, but now it's like we're gonna have to go with something.
Oh wow. Well, 300K, it won't take me long to get to that.
300K won't take her long. We bought a 2019 in late 2019. Bought her brand new. So in 2019, she's got 186.
No, I think it's actually like 168.
Okay, sorry, I got the numbers. She's got 168,000 clicks from the end of 2019 till now. So she racks up clicks really fast. So a car that goes 300,000, I'm good with that. Jazz, I'm not doing that. Although all-wheel drive is a Subaru Forester. Great cars. I want a hybrid. So we need hybrid. I don't know, does Subaru make them?
No.
Get her a 99 Dodge Cummins that runs on veggie oil. It'll be cheaper. Dude, the price of fuel goes up. The price of diesel goes up. You better believe the price of veggie oil is probably going up any day now too. Subaru Forester, Subaru Outback, convert it to run on HHO fuel. I don't know if you can do that. I'm sure you probably can. Subaru engines don't last that long. I don't know jack about Subaru. I've always heard that they were good cars. I've never owned one. I've never even driven one. Matter of fact, I've never even been in one. So I couldn't make a comment on that. Greg, I'm used to it. I went for my piss test today, and the girl filling out the form had to rewrite it because she wrote Brain Brown. Whatever. Yeah. Putin controls most of the veggie oil too. That's probably true, Duncan. I don't doubt that. I think the hype of the hybrid is not worth the price yet. Well, Dar went and she was checking out the like I said, the RAV4, and she did the thing online where you go and you build your own. And for what she wanted, I think hers came in all taxes in just around $42,000. I'm good with that. $42,000. That to me is not an exuberant price tag for a car. You know, we've paid more than that for cars before, so $42,000.
I don't want to pay that though.
Subarus are great cars for the winter, but the engines will blow up if you don't baby it. Again, Curtis, dude, I don't know jack about Subarus. I really don't. We've owned Hondas for the last, I think, 3 cars, and we've bought them all brand new. And dude, except for, I think, one of them that had a recall, I've never had a problem with a Honda. We've had the Honda Odyssey, the van. We bought that one brand new in 2008. We had the Honda Pilot, the SUV. We bought that brand new in 2015, and we bought this Honda Civic. We bought that new in 2019. Fantastic. We've never had a problem with any of this. Thing's got 168,000 on it, this Civic. Still runs like a top. Change the oil.
No, zero issues with it.
Zero issues. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Not a problem. You can run these Civics up to 300,000 kilometers and they'll just keep running.
Pooty's crying.
HHO is basically hydrogen, but your vehicle creates it on demand. You just use a jug of water in the back for fuel. It splits water into hydrogen. I saw a guy on YouTube, and I think he was doing it with an Integra. It was either an Integra. No, I'm pretty sure he was doing it with an Acura Integra. And he did that. He had the setup, and he was showing, he had the 4-liter jugs of water, and he was putting them into the back, and he was doing something in the back of the car, filling this tank. And I know what it is. I don't know how it works. Now is not the time to be buying anything new. Mr. B's, first, you're right to a degree. First of all, if you can get one, you know, my brother was telling me that Chrysler right now, they're on an 8 to 10 month waiting list for pickup trucks. All those guys, all the guys out west there that run the oil field, that are buying the 3,500 Rams, those guys are waiting, 10 months for their trucks from the time they order them. You know, it's just ridiculous waiting to get them. There's a 2 to 3 year backup on G tests because of the COVID lockdowns. Dude, I didn't hear that. That sucks balls. I wonder why there's such a backup.
Because they kept canceling. Remember the kids last year had a hard time too.
Well, that's true. Okay, yeah, that actually, it does make sense. That is, but Kurt, actually, okay, Dar answered the question I was going to say to you. Try different areas. Call up here. Like, call up to like Stone Mills, like, or Napanee, or Kingston, or try the small towns. Lindsay, around for you, I'd be trying Orangeville, Lindsay, Marmora, like all of those places. It may not be as bad up there because if you're down like what Cambridge or Kitchener area, you've got a huge population of people. Yeah, Dar just again said one of our kids went to Belleville. We live out by Kingston, so one of our kids went to Belleville and the other one went to Lindsay, and they were able to get them done faster. Yeah, exactly, Cliff. They're all waiting on chips. That's what Glenn says. They're waiting on chips for. There's acres and acres and acres of pickup trucks, whether they're Ford, GM, or Chrysler. They're all sitting there in massive parking lots and stadiums and shit like that, waiting on chips. Guy ordered a truck. The truck is done. It's waiting on chips. How sad is that? Eric, there is an inventor in Ontario working on ammonium-powered vehicles. Amazing results. I would like to see that. I really would. At the point we're going right now, between the price of diesel and what it's costing, and the way they're squeezing us because they're pushing us towards electric, if you told me you could run this truck on hamburger, I'd be stuffing this hamburger in my fuel tank.
Stuff it in your mouth.
Orangeville is the best for anything. We live in Brampton, but we do everything in Orangeville. Well, when Dar and I got together, we lived in Orangeville. Our first house was in Orangeville. We lived up there. The problem with getting new cars is getting them. The problem with buying a used car, it's like the used truck market. 1 to 2 year old trucks and 1 to 2 year old cars, used cars, it's not worth buying them because they're so overpriced because they know you cannot get a new vehicle. So a $7,000 car is now $15,000, and they're getting that price because you can't get a new car. They know you're going to wait. Everybody's doing it. I said last week, I paid $140,000 for that truck. Right now it's listed on Kijiji at $175 and Marketplace. Why? Because you can't get a new Freightliner right now. And if you order 5, you might get 1, and it's a year from now. Windows down on gravel roads don't work. No. You need a flux capacitor. You know what, Steve? You come up with it and I'll buy it. I really will. I know a lot of guys right now that are actually making really good money and because they're raping junkyards for parts. Old as gold, 94 to 2008. Jazz, I agree. Yeah, I know, dude, I know exactly how many, I don't know exactly how many people did it, Curtis, but I know that people are doing it right now. I know that I can take that truck right now into the dealership and get more, they'll pay me more for it than I paid for it. You know? That's crazy. Did you ever think you'd see the time when that would happen? Toke. That hurts with a cigar, man. It's not like when you do it with your doob. I'm telling you. Is that because you're famous? You talking to me? Who's famous? I'm not famous. I'm working on it, Harry. It's right here. I'm working on it. I got like 4 bites left on it. Sell the truck and retire? No, not yet, Mr. B. We're not ready to do that yet. Not ready to do that yet. We're getting closer, but it's not going to happen yet. Curtis, I would like to do that. That's something that I would like to do. But again, it's fuel mileage. Bro, it's all fuel mileage. And with the way the price of fuel is going, okay, in my life, I've had 260 series Detroits. Okay? And I've never been able to get 8.5, almost 9 miles per gallon out of it. Ever. The W9, the best I got out of that was 6.1, and the T800, the best I got out of that was like 5.5. I can't justify 5.5 or even 6 to 8.5, almost 9. The fuel, the savings, especially with the price of fuel, more than makes my truck, it more than makes my truck payment and still puts money in my pocket. So, for reliability, you are 100% correct. Reliability, 100% correct. I absolutely agree. Curtis, go with the 60 series. Yeah, reliability. And again, you can still get parts for them. They're reliable. They're durable. They're easy to fix, you know. Callie. Callie's on. Callie, you home, bro? You make it home okay? You got home safe, I hope? Rebel News did a story on ammonium-powered vehicles.
I'll check that out.
Are you going to check that out? Dara's going to check that one out. Curtis, you got a buddy with a 4900 short hood. He gets 6.5 to 7.5 loaded with a built 12.7 pushing 850 horsepower. Dude, I don't know. I know we're tight and all, but I'm going to call bullshit on that. I'm going to call bullshit on that. 657. What's he pulling? That, like he's loaded with what? How much weight's he got? You know? Pillows? What's he pulling? Feather pillows? Callie, you're up north, are you? So I guess you're still working. Sorry, Farb. Are you going to be running over the weekend? That sucks, bro. Yeah, right, Jazz. But the 60 series wasn't designed to run. The 60 series was designed to run between 1500 and 1900 RPM. That's where you want to keep, that's your power, right? Those motors are high revving, high torque, or for horsepower from 15 to 1900. Yeah, so they are gutless at 1300. They're not made like the Freightliners like they are today, where you can run them down and 13, 11, 12, or 12, 1100 RPM. You know, when I had my 60 series, I would drop a gear at 1400 RPM. That's when I dropped a gear. When I had the Volvo or with any of the manual transmissions on these tonight that we've got tonight, like today going, you don't drop gears until you can lag those down to almost 900 RPM, and that's the way they worked. That's just the way they're built and designed. 60 series are high revving. You can always tell when a 60 series is going by you because it's going by you at 1800 RPM. Flatbed stuff, 355 rears to 13 speed. Okay, but I'm still calling a little bit of BS on that. I hate to say it, man. Either he's not telling you the truth, because like I said, I've had two of them and I've pulled everything with them. So I've never pulled anything like 7.5 miles per gallon out of a 60 series. The 14-liter Detroits aren't worth it. They are fuel suckers with no extra power. You're absolutely correct. The 12.7 is the way to go. I've never known anybody that had the 14-liter that was successful with it or that liked it. They didn't give you any added horsepower out of it. They weren't torquier. They didn't really do anything. It's not like the difference between the C13 Cat and the C15 Cat. Totally different platforms, totally different performance. You knew you were driving a C13 or you knew you were driving a C15. I can drive a 60 series, a 12-liter, a 12.7 Detroit or a 14-liter Detroit. And the 14-liter does not outperform that 12.7. The most fun I had trucking was hauling bread through the Rockies and passing everything in sight. The scariest is running packaging on the Queen between Edmonton and Calgary. I love, especially in my truck now, because it's geared and it's not set to pull up hills. But every once in a while with ET, I'd get a nice load and it would have like 11,000 pounds on it. And that's beautiful. And you're just wailing up the hills past everybody and they're just giving you the dirtiest looks. Gear ratios. Ours are geared for 56 miles an hour before we were limited in higher gears for speed. Well, most of us now are geared for 65, 63 to 65. If you're smart and you're in business and you're an owner-operator, and a lot of the fleets, again, like I said earlier, a lot of the fleets are gearing their trucks for fuel mileage, so they're going for the 63 to 65 mile an hour range. They won't give you an open truck. Callie, thanks to Uncle Brian, I'm averaging at times 8 miles per gallon with a W9 Studio Sleeper at 53 mile an hour average at night with 90,000 pounds and an empty trailer. Yeah. Callie is one that we worked with, and Zach was in here earlier. Zach was another one. He went out and bought the truck. He bought a brand new 2022 binder. Nice truck, gorgeous. 550 horse Cummins X15, 18-speed manual, 350 or 355 rears, and he couldn't get better than 5.5 miles per gallon out of it. And we turned it around, and because he was willing to listen, we broke his whole business down and his whole program down, and now he's running 7.8. So he went from like high 5s, low 6s to 7.8, and he's running 63 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour on the cruise, and he's not pulling anything different. That's the difference it makes. You drive like a wild man, you're gonna spend 10 grand a month in fuel. You drive the way your trucks are designed to drive today, and you drive them properly, you can get good mileage out of them. You can get 7 miles per gallon out of a 60 Series Detroit, but you have to run 50 miles an hour all day long. Well, you know what? With my W9, it was an 18-speed, and if I ran that in 17th gear, if I went into the high gear, dropped a gear, ran the RPMs up to about 16 and a half, I could maybe get my mileage up a little bit, but not a whole lot, bro. Not a whole lot. Not really. I agree with Curtis. I don't think so. Mind you, I had a W9, so it was like pushing a brick through the air. There was zero aerodynamics to it. So if you stick it into like an old Century class or a Columbia or even a Cascadia, you might do a little better. But I can't see somebody running with a 60 series running mid 7s, anything close to 8. I just don't see it happening. Absolutely not. Robin, Sandra made Cine. What the hell is Cine? I think you mean chili. So hard to text. Well, don't drink so much.
He's probably had like 30.
Yeah, he's probably had like 30 beers. What about the new Max? I like the way they look, Callie. I like the outside package. I like the way they look. They are more aerodynamic than the old ones. They're not as aerodynamic as the Volvos, but Mack is owned by Volvo now, and they have been for, I think, 5 or 6 years. And they're basically Volvos, okay? The MP8 engine, the Mack MP8 engine, is a D13 painted red. The only difference really is they took the reservoir, the coolant reservoir, and moved it. So the MP8 engine is a red D13 engine. The M drive, the automatic M drive, is an I-shift. They are part for part identical. The only thing I'm pretty sure about that is different between the Mack and the Volvo, aside from the cab, like the chassis itself, the frame is all Volvo. Everything is Volvo. I think the only thing that's different is Mack kept their standard Bulldog rear ends, their rear suspension, I think. Now, they may have changed that, but as far as from what I know, it was the Mack kept their patent Mack rear ends. But it's a Volvo. There's nothing different about it. Now, the Volvos are more comfortable on the inside. I was in a brand new, at the truck show, I was in one of the new Anthems, the Blackout Edition. They're gorgeous. They're gorgeous on the outside, but the insides are they're not as roomy. They're a little cramped. You can get 12 miles per gallon Imperial on a flat day, no hills. Robert, I don't know what an imperial gallon is. I've never in my life ever run it. We've never touched them in Canada. We don't know. We all run on US gallons. I'm all sticky. Yeah, keep that to yourself, Robin. I'm gonna jet out, y'all. Have a great night. Love to all our truckers. Debbie, thanks for stopping in. We really appreciate it. Mac was bought by Renault France. Volvo bought Renault. Same thing. It's all Volvo. You know what I mean. Put your Google away, Robert. Which drives more like a car, Mac or a Volvo? Volvo. Absolutely Volvo. I've had, in 2014, I bought a brand new Volvo. I had the 730 and I loved it. I loved it. What do you think is the most fuel efficient truck, efficient semi-truck in North America? I would have to say right now, if you're talking about brand new, like the 2022s and 23s, Kenworth with their T680 with the PACCAR motor is swearing to God out the gate you're going to get 9 miles per gallon. So if you go based on what Kenworth is telling you, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think they got any reason to lie because 9 miles per gallon is not that far out of reach. I think that the DD15 motor platform is probably the best platform for fuel mileage right now. And I think they're in the Freightliners and the Western Star and the Western Stars. So I have a DD15, so I know how it performs. My truck runs continuously steady at 8.5 to 8.8. So I'm not that far off 9. PACCAR says that they're going to get 9 out of the new next gens, the T680s, and I would believe it. It's not that far out of reach. So, but as we're working right now, I know that the Detroits are more fuel efficient than the Cummins, and I know that the Detroits are more fuel efficient than any of the PACCARs up to 2021. So I would have to say, and I'm not being prejudicial because I own one, I'm just going by all of the testing I did and all the different trucks that we tested when I was at ET with their channel. We tested everything. We tested the PACCARs, we tested the Detroits, the Cummins, we tested them all. And the best results for numbers that were like creditable numbers were on the Detroits. And aside from that, the Detroits seem to be having the least amount of problems with parts. It seems to be. Good night, Johnny. Did I hear about Molson got $5 million for a company that made a $20 million profit? No, I didn't hear about that. But why don't you tell me which brand of beer you drink and I'll start buying stock in that. Actually, we just dumped all our stock. We're getting out of the stock game. We're going to find something else to put our money into. Good night, Cliff. Thanks for stopping in, bro. I read somewhere that there's going to be diesel propane mixed engine running really good mile per gallon numbers. The propane helps light off the diesel in the mixture. Dude, I don't know what anything is going to happen. Greg, for an addict who has become successful sober, how has changed you? What are your positive focuses now in your healthier lifestyle? My family. My family. I've found that being sober and clean and sober now, my family brings me obviously the most joy, but I'm also finding that I spoke about this slightly a little bit last week, the little things in life. Pick off the little things in life that bring you joy shit that you were either too stoned or too hungover to think about back in the day, little things in life now bring me joy. And there's just so many of them. Like I can't list them off. But it's the little things in life and spending time with my family. Thank God I've been clean and sober almost 30 years. Dar was never part of that world when I was in that world. So she never had to deal with that. She never saw me at my worst. So thank God. And my kids, my oldest daughter's 30. So she was a baby when I got myself cleaned up. So none of my kids have ever seen me in a drunken rage, get dragged out of the house by the cops. They've never seen any of that, and thank God for that. So I'm very grateful for that. But again, my family and the little things in life are probably the greatest reward I've got for the lifestyle I've got. And the fact that I'm still alive right now. I wouldn't be alive. I would have there was only two options for a guy on I was going to jail or I was going to die. And I'm now 52 and I'm still breathing and I'm on this side of the grass. That's all good for me. Cummins has a hydrogen engine. What do you think the hybrid trucks will take off anytime? Callie, I think that the electric is going to bypass the hybrid. The hybrid, they've been messing with hybrid trucks for years, for longer than they've been dealing with electric. I think the electric is just going to come out, and the hybrid is just going to be the thing of the past. No, I dried out. I had a really good friend, and I actually had a couple of really good friends, and they basically locked me up for a week. They took me out of the situation I was in, dragged me kicking and screaming, basically tied me up, took me up north to a cottage, and they tied me down, and I dried out over the span of 7 days. So I did it the hard way. I wasn't able to come down gently. I crashed, dried out, and then when it was deemed safe, brought back into society and put into a program. And I would never recommend doing that. There are a lot better ways to get clean and sober today that are way less painful and stressful, and you don't damage as much property or hurt as many people's feelings. One imperial gallon is 1.2 US gallons. So Robert is saying he gets 9.99 miles per gallon US. What do you drive down? You drive downhill with the engine shut off and you put a sail up? Although, hold on. Robert's over in England. Or over in Great Britain, I think. And I know that Patrick's driving a Scania over there. And I know that the Volvos over there are over 9 miles per gallon. And I know that a lot of the equipment over there, because they are so far ahead of us with the technologies and everything over there, their trucks, if he says he's getting 9.9, it's not that far off. It's not hard to believe that. Like I said, I know guys over there that are on this channel that I talk to on a daily basis or every couple of days. And I know that their trucks are high, like much higher, running better mileage than we are here. He's going to land. He's going for... Got him. Look at that. Be free. So 9.9. It's believable. I hate you for it. If you're an owner-operator and you're getting 9.9 miles per gallon, I hate you for it. But Flying Potato, that's because we're limited at 56 miles per hour. Yeah, they're the same as, like I said, my friend Pat's over in Germany. Same thing, 90 kilometers an hour is as fast as those trucks will go. He hates it. I'd hate it too. 90 kilometers an hour is damn slow. It takes a long time to get anywhere at 90 kilometers an hour. But again, I guess if you're in England, how far are you going? If you're in Europe, in the span of an 8-hour shift, Patrick goes in and out of in through and out through 3 different countries. You know, so it's not that far. Fuel is more expensive there. Yes, it is. So you better have a fuel efficient trucks. Euro trucks all have tiny sleepers, and a lot of them are even though they are cab overs. Yeah, but they don't do the long haul like we do, guys. You know, my buddy Pat probably sleeps in his truck 2 to 3 nights a week, right? So they're not, you know, they're not doing like we do. They don't have runs from, like, say, Toronto to Texas or Toronto to Laredo or Toronto to Vancouver. They don't have that out there. They don't do those kind of runs. They don't do that kind of trucking. Most of their stuff is regional, and they're back out, you know, and they're home most nights. That's not to say that some guys don't, but most of them, I'm saying the majority of them do. Moon me. LOL, I just rated your video 5 stars. 4 stars as entertainment. Yeah, I'm learning so much. Thanks. How many bites are there in a bite-sized burger? I think I'm at about, on this one here, I think I'm at about 12. I think I'm at about 12 or 13 bites on this sucker yet, and I got 2 left. So let's call it around 15. Moon me, thank you, though. I appreciate that. That's awesome.
I'm lagging.
Are you lagging?
It's just me though.
Hey guys, Dar's lagging. Mr. Bees, you're right. You're right. You will notice, I don't know if you know, but I know it is the same in the States. The long runs, all the young guys up here, oh, we want to go to Texas. Oh, we want to go to Arizona. We want to go to California. Do you know that you can make more money doing the short turns than you can doing the long runs? At least I can. I myself personally, if I can keep them down to 500 mile runs, I can make more money on more trips than I can on one long trip down to Laredo and all the way back. I can do 4 or 5 short trips in a week and make more money than I would on one long trip down to Texas and back. Rebooter, Grand Wizard, I've been trying to reboot this woman for years. Not working. Can you imagine driving a W9 in Germany? No, dude, you can't. A couple of my friends, they've got GoPros and they've taken they shoot video footage of them driving. Like when you're driving through Austria or you're driving through Germany and you're going through towns, you are literally on cobblestone roads in some of these places, and they're only pulling 40-foot trailers. They can't make turns. Like if they had a W9 with a studio and a 53-foot trailer, they'd never be able to make a right-hand turn. They'd never get around the turn. It would never happen. That's why they've got short wheelbase cab overs and they're pulling 40-foot trailers. That's why, because they can't get around them. A lot of those cities and towns were built, you know, hundreds of years ago. The infrastructure wasn't set up for the equipment we've got now. You can still go into Toronto. In certain parts of Toronto. It's a bitch to get around because those parts of the city in Toronto were laid out and built when we were pulling 48-footers. We didn't have 53s. And now we went to 53s, and now we have to get around these corners and drive. Most of the new infrastructure, they're set up for, I think they're actually set up for even bigger than 53s. John Robertson, Mike Adams, the health ranger, says truckers are spending $1,000 per week in fuel. Bro, I spend more than that. I can guarantee you I spend more than that. My last fuel bill on my last statement for 2 weeks was $7,700. So that's more than 1,000 a week. The problem with short trips is the risk of sitting a day between runs. You're correct. That is. And they all have to be scheduled tight for your turns, and you got to keep the left door closed to make it. Jazz, you're absolutely correct. But if you're disciplined and you've got a good dispatch team and coordination team, it can be done. It can definitely be done. It's not undoable. You're right. He wouldn't make it. Robert, you're in Great Britain. So if I had a W9 with a studio with a 265 wheelbase and a 53-foot trailer, there's no way I could drive through from one end of England to the other and make deliveries and go into towns and all that kind of shit. It would never happen, would it? It's just way too big. Do I have stories behind my tattoos? Yeah. Actually, I do. Here, I'll give it to you. I have 5 daughters. That's a robin. Not I'll make you uncomfortable, Robin, but that's a robin. That's my Catherine. Robins are one of the only birds in the world that do not migrate back to the same place. They're wanderers. They fly all over and they travel the world. And that's my Catherine. She's a free spirit. She's a free girl. She runs everywhere. The musical notes, all the musical notes, are my daughter Amanda, my youngest girl. And that's Dar. But she's the singer. She walks around the house singing, and the kid has always got a tune coming out of her mouth, always singing. The art easel and all of this is my Madison. She's the second youngest. She is the artistic one in the family. She is always creating, always coming up with new shit. She is the most artistic, probably the most artistic child we have. The back, the pair of scissors, that is my Ashley. That's my oldest daughter. And although she's no longer in business doing it, she had her own salon. She was doing high-end salon, and she had a place in Toronto, right down in Queens, down in Queens Quay or whatever. So that's my girl Ash, and that's my Brianna. That's an Aquarius, and that is the girl of the deep of Aquarius, and that is Brianna. And you can't see that because it's upside down. That is my dog. She passed away. We had to put her down, but that was my lab, and she was my truck dog. She came in the truck with me, and she was the greatest dog in the world, and we had to put her down shortly. But that tattoo was actually done by my daughter Catherine, and that's stick and poke. That's all done stick and poke. That took a better part of an hour for her to do that, and she did that freehand stick and poke. Fuck off, wizard. Yes, wizard. 4 out of the 5 of them are single. And Wiz,
No.
4 out of the 5 daughters are single.
Ashley's not single. Neither is Brianna.
Well, actually, Ashley, the oldest, the 30-year-old, she's not single. Her boyfriend actually joined her down in Colombia, so they were apart for a while, but I guess they're together. So 3 out of the 5 are single. And I have a 30-06 loaded. I have a Beretta loaded. I have a Glock loaded. And if all of that fails and you manage to dodge all of that, I've got a Louisville Slugger. Come on over. Are all of my kids of the same faith? No. No. All of my children are free thinkers. Their mother and I have never, ever pushed religion on them. We've always allowed them to make that decision themselves when they were old enough, and they have, and we respect whatever decision they've made. And I'll be honest with you, that's about as much of that as I'm I'm willing to share and talk about, tell you the truth. I'm taking number. Yeah. Good luck with that. Lots have come to the door. Not many have left. I got a lot of property. The holes are up back are already dug, buddy. Come on in. I'll even go out and take a picture of the holes. You tell me which one you want. Because I'll put you in it. Do you figure all of your kids and their cousins will still be talking to each other long after both of you are gone? Well, I know that the two oldest, they live together down in Colombia, and they talk to us, and they talk to their sisters here. The three younger ones here that live here are very close. They talk to each other all the time. And there are cousins, yeah, they talk to their cousins. So yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I believe that after Dar and I are long dead and gone, the kids will continue on, obviously, with each other and with the family. Have I ever taken my kids on the road with me? Yeah, when I was younger, or when they were younger. Yeah, my kids, I've taken one at a time, but yeah, they came out on the road with me, usually for about a week at a pop. It's hard to keep young kids entertained in a truck, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 area, because, the first 200 miles is great. They're all excited. They're up high. They're looking at cars. They're looking at that. But after that, it's like, I'm bored, and back then they didn't have iPods, iPhones, devices, iPads. We didn't have DVD players and big screen TVs on our walls like we do now. So yeah, it was a little harder back then. Sorry guys, last bite. Somebody should have called Guinness. That's got to be the longest burger eating in history.
I'm never making you one again.
Trudeau can fuck himself, Tony. This asshole's outlawing guns. He's outlawing weapons. He's taking all the guns, all the handguns, and all the shit. Do you really think the fucking criminals are going to walk up and go, here you go. Here's my gun. Take it. No. So what are you taking away? You're taking away the guns of the people that are legal, that are responsible, and all of that. And you're still leaving the same amount of guns out on the street that are causing the problems. Taking away our guns is not the solution. I'm telling you right now. Is not the solution. You got it, Rob. You got it. Absolutely. They got the wrong idea. But you know what it is? It's the quick fix. That's why Trudeau, it's the quick fix. Some asshole over here is chirping in his ear. Some group is chirping in his ear over here. The quick fix. Okay, we're going to outlaw and ban all the guns. What? You're not doing anything. It's going to do zero. It's going to do nothing. Absolutely nothing. The same amount of guns are still going to be in the hands of the criminals that are causing the problems. Taking my goddamn guns away, or taking my neighbor's guns away, or taking our guns away, who are responsible and do all of the right things, is not going to lower the death rate by gun. I know that sounded stupid, sorry, but I don't know another way to say it. It's not going to happen. It's not going to change anything. And if they start giving you statistics and numbers, since this program came into place, there's been a 20% reduction in deaths by guns, I call bullshit on that all day long. Well, Cliff, I agree with that. I agree. Trudeau, best handgun salesman in Canada last week. Well, when I went with my dad, I never got bored. I was learning the routes, so I knew where to go when I got behind the wheel. You know what, Robert? That's actually really cool. And I can appreciate that, but my kids weren't interested in truck driving. They wanted to come out because they wanted to hang out with dad. But like I said, 200 miles of dad and looking out the window, they were bored. Why are they concerned about pellets when they are talking nuclear mania? Yeah, you're right. What good? Worrying about guns is like taking a knife to a gunfight when you're talking about guns and nukes. Like, give me a break. You know, give me a goddamn break. Jazz, their excuse is, well, someone can steal their guns and use it for crime, so handguns bad. You know what? If you're a responsible gun owner and your gun is locked, your ammo is separate, and you do everything that you're supposed to do, nobody should be able to steal your gun. That's responsible gun ownership. Nobody should be able, you can break into the house and find the gun, but you can't get it. That's responsible gun ownership. So for them to turn around and say that, they're making themselves look just as dumb as anybody else. John Robertson, the CIA and FBI are creating the gun violence. Robert, guns to a drone fight. Same thing. Same thing. Sitting here, I don't have the solution of what they should do. But I do know that the solution that they've got is wrong, and it will not work. I don't give a shit who you are or what your argument is. In this case here, I'm fucking right, and if you don't agree with me, you're fucking wrong. I don't usually say that to anybody, but in this case here, sorry, taking the guns off the street of everybody is not solving nothing. The criminals still got them, and they're still going to use them. Just look at Chicago. They have some of the strongest gun laws in the country, and there are more killings than anybody. You know, they're still killing each other in the States, obviously, because they got a bigger population than us. You know? So, you know, when they have way more murders, they have way more of this, they have way more of that, but their population is 10 times ours. But we've got it. It doesn't make the news like it does there. But we've got it. Absolutely. Mr. Beast, yeah, I have a solution. I have a solution. Stop pissing off the people. You know what? Absolutely. Absolutely. Come up with a productive solution to deal with the crime and the criminals, and that'll eliminate the guns. Fucking around with us ain't gonna solve the gun or the gun violence. The only gun violence that's gonna come from me is if I'm laying in bed and you break into my fucking house. Okay? And if I shoot you, you deserve to be fucking shot because you're breaking into my house. But other than that, leave me alone. Anybody else with a gun, leave them alone. Well, yeah, Robin, I know a lot of people too. I'd like to, accidentally, shoot around in the wrong direction, but I don't. Again, it's called being responsible. You're responsible, I'm responsible. Greg, I've never liked guns, but I do believe in the right to own them. Well, you know what? I appreciate that. I do, because I do believe in having guns, but I do believe in owning the right. But, a lot of people don't, but I will respect that. Brian, you have that risk of going to jail if you shoot the guy who breaks into your house. Yeah, I know. I know that. You believe that shit? Somebody breaks into my house and I shoot him, I can go to jail. What is it? There's a special thing that they'll charge you with. There's something it's called something like excessive force or excessive whatever. I don't know what the hell it's called, but I do know that, if the only way you're supposed to be able to shoot somebody and get off the hook cleanly is if they break into your house and they're assaulting you and your life is in danger. Okay, that's the only time you're supposed to be able to shoot someone that's breaking into your house. So basically, you have to allow them to come in, take all your shit, and fucking leave. Right? Because if I shoot you because you came into my house to steal my shit, I'm going to go to jail for 8 years for manslaughter. Well, that's bullshit. How wrong is that? What have we come to when you can't even defend yourself? In my home right now is me, my wife, and well, there's no kids home right now. They're all out, doing. But at any given time, 2 of my daughters and my son-in-law all live here. So you're telling me that I can't defend them. I can't take them. That's right, Curtis. You've got to prove that it was a threat to your life before I can shoot you. And of course, I'll be honest with you. You come into my house and I shoot you. I'm not shooting to kill you. I'm going to wound you. I'm going to put you down and I'm going to wound you. And then I'm going to call the cops. But I'm still probably going to get charged with something. That guy in Saskatchewan did kill a guy and he got out is scot-free. Well, he must have been playing that one by the numbers. Everything had to work. How much time do you get if you just set them on fire? I don't know. That's a new one. Bro, that's a new one for me. Yeah, you're right, Greg. They won't do it again. You can break into my house once. You'll only do it once. What the law in Illinois, they have to be in your house and then it's still a gray area. Yeah. So you're telling me that my wife and I are laying in bed and I can hear you rummaging around my living room going through my shit and I know you're a burglar and I have to watch my P's and Q's with my children and my wife in the house. Fuck off. Give me a break. Really? Come on. I have to wait for you to threaten me before I can defend myself. Yeah, super soaker full of lighter fluid and a lighter. Not a bad idea, but I want him out of the house because I don't want the house to burn down. I want to explain that to my insurance agent. Yeah, some guy broke into my house. I soaked him in lighter fluid and then lit him on fire. Oh, sorry, Brown. They're not covering the house. Yeah, that's right, Cliff. They come back and sue you for shooting them. Excessively. Well, Curtis, we've all got Louisvilles. There's bats, clubs, whatever. Don't mess with the best because the best don't mess. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you hit somebody in basically you don't even have to hit him in the eyes. If you can hit him in the face with wasp spray or that hornet spray, that shit goes out about 18 feet, right? That shit goes out about 18 to 20 feet. So you can hit them from distance. And if you can hit them in the face with that, oh yeah, you'll burn the eyes right out of them. That shit's great. That shit's great. Truckers are the best. You're goddamn right we are. There you go. We are. Aim for the ground, you can't miss. That was me when I was drunk, Mike. Aim for the ground, you can't miss. And many a night I probably would have missed the ground. Yeah. I think there's actually a couple of cans of wasp spray in here. Or a fire extinguisher. Hit him in the eyes with a fire extinguisher. I cannot legally carry bear spray, but I can carry wasp spray. Why, Curtis? You need a permit for fucking bear spray? Or what is it? Or is this a problem you've got? You've already had problems with the bear spray. Now you've been demoted to wasp spray. Cement boots. You know what? You take somebody, you take two garbage kitchen bags or garbage bags. You got 2 milk crates. You put the guy's foot in each crate and you start pouring concrete on him and then start asking him questions. He will answer any question you want. Those are what you were describing as cement boots. It works. It works. Cement boots is a great way to put the fear of God or the fear of death into somebody. Yeah. We got lakes around here. We got lakes in Ontario, in Northern Ontario, that have never seen people. Never seen people. People have never even touched. You can put a body in there. Bear spray cannot be used to defend yourself. Bro, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, but I'll tell you right now, if I had bear spray in my house and you were breaking into my house, you're getting a face full of bear spray. Why can't it be? Why can you use wasp spray and spray somebody in the face with wasp spray, but you can't hit them with bear spray? What, is it too potent? Yeah, I've said to many of daughter or boyfriend, you know, you have her back at 11, not 11:05. You have her back at 11, and remember, I'm not afraid to go back to prison. Yeah, 10:55. That kid's got my daughter at the door. Never follow unjust laws. You know what, Rob? That is good advice. The problem, or there's not really a solution to that, but unjust laws are still laws. And regardless of whether you think or I think they're unjust, they still got you by the short and curlies if you break them. Right? Because it's a fucking law. There's nothing you can do about it. It's illegal to defend yourself with any weapon. What? That's a weapon. Although it's a little used up. Look at that hand. Those are some busted knuckles. Those are teeth. Those are... I can't remember what the fuck that was, but... Oh, I lied. It's both illegal to use in self-defense. I just looked it up. Haha. So you can't use wasp spray in self-defense. Yeah, wasp spray is cheaper. It's illegal to defend yourself with any weapon. I don't know. If you're beating the shit out of me and I'm on the ground and I grab a stick and I hit you with the stick, you telling me that's illegal? How did I clear my record to cross the border? Pardons. Took years. I had to do it years, and I haven't done it lately. I know that there's companies out there now that'll do it for you now, but I had to do it the old-fashioned way. Tell your daughter's date, don't do anything to her that you don't want me to do to you. Yeah, I've heard that. I've never said that, but I've heard that before. That's that's pretty cool. Yeah. Masks need to be worn in mass population. Oh, hold on. Something happened here. Nope. Moonme, masks need to be worn in mass population increases. Do you think there will be a tsunami? Question, when does duck hunting season begin? I don't know when duck hunting season begins in Canada. I don't hunt duck. I'm not a hunter. I don't hunt. I respect those that do, but I don't. Do I think there's going to be a tsunami? If there's a tsunami, it probably won't affect me where I live, unless it's on Lake Ontario. I don't know what the world these days, man. I really don't. Anything's possible. But I don't know when duck season is. Sorry, man. I'll make you uncomfortable. Yeah, you can get a pardon to cross. You can. Or you can actually, if you've got the money and the time, you can go have your whole thing expunged. Under duress in Canada, you can defend yourself in your house within reasonable means, which depends on the situation. Yeah, Mike, but basically that means if regardless of how you defend yourself, if he comes back, say you end up breaking his arm and smashing his face in, he's going to turn around and say, well, that was excessive force, and now you get charged with because you used excessive force. There's no guideline, right? I should have my own XM channel in Canada. No, I'm good with this. Although XM would pay more. But back to Mike, there's no guideline. There's no black, white, or gray area to that, right? You're subject to whoever or whatever they think is excessive. Tsunami of illegal aliens. I don't think they're going to be illegal with Trudeau. He's flying them in by the fucking plane load. None of them are illegal. They're arriving, 35,000 a fucking month right now? You got an impaired, obviously. An impaired will not prevent you from crossing the border. An impaired charge will not... If the cop ever asks, if all you've got is an impaired charge, and the customs officer asks you, have you ever been charged with an offense, and you tell them, yeah, back in 2015 I had an impaired, that's not enough to keep you out of it. They will not. If you've got an assault or a weapons or a drug charge, forget it, you're not crossing. But an impaired driving charge is not enough to keep you out of the States. I know guys with impaired charges. I have an impaired charge from years, like obviously 30 years ago, that was not expunged or taken off my record. It's still on there. And I cross. So an impaired charge is not enough. Like I said, assault, weapons, drugs, yeah. If they're in your house, it's probably better to not let him walk out. Well, if he's in my house, I'm going to put him down, and then I'm going to call the police, and then he can deal with that. But the problem is, how do you put him on? As long as you can prove, yeah, Mike, I agree. As long as you can prove you had no other reasonable choice. But unless there's a fucking camera sitting right here and you can back that up and what you're saying, the damage I'm going to do to you, I have to be able to justify every single thing that I do to you to damage you. And he's going to turn around and go, well, that was excessive. It turns into a fucking word of games, and it turns into an ass wiggling contest. And there's a possibility of you being on the losing end of that. I was coming to drive in Canada. I wouldn't get in because of my violent past. Yeah, I think, if you're from England, I think you can come to Canada even with a charge, but I think it depends. Like, if you've got like 15 assault charges, 2 weapons charges, and a drug charge, no, you're not getting on the plane. But again, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a professional. Like, I don't know the laws. I know as they are. I know as to me and what's happened with me, and I've got friends that are in certain situations, so I know those. But I can't tell you, if you've been charged with this and this and this, McFadden, thanks for stopping in, Johnny. Thanks for stopping in. Past charges are present tense on digital. Does not matter where you go if they know where you are. You know what? That's true. That's true. Everything, it doesn't matter what it is now. If it's got a digital footprint, it can be found, it can be dug up, it can be dragged out. And you don't even need law authorities. I guarantee you there's some little kid in India in his basement with a computer that could probably drag up everything I've ever done, even though it's sealed and put away. Everything. Same with any of you. with computers and digital and like I said, anything like that, nothing and nobody is off limits today. Nobody. And if you really seriously think that having your record expunged or sealed or pardoned, if you think of any of that is actually, you know, the government can't see it, they can. Do I know what I'll be hauling at the new place? Yeah, for the most part, I'll be hauling, most of the outbound freight is either out of a Vaco steel mill, it's Prismium cable, Ottawa fiber. There's a couple of new companies. So yeah, it's a mixed mash of shit. It can be anything. It can be anything. Can we talk about how Canadian border guards are assholes? Yeah, sure. We can talk about that all day long. How many hours have you got? You know what? I never have an issue going into the US with US Customs. They're polite, they're courteous. Most of them got a sense of humor. You shoot the shit. How you going? How's your day? Da da da. No problem. Go. Coming back into Canada? Dude, most of them, they're ball breakers. Where were you? How long were you gone? And if you don't answer, and the way they look at you like you're a suspect at all times. I don't know if it's the way that they're trained or just the people that they pick. But like I said, I don't have any problems going into the US. The US Customs is awesome. The Canadian Customs coming in, they treat you like you're a goddamn criminal or like you've done something wrong and they're trying to nail you for something. Dude, I went to New York. I picked up a load of fucking steel and I came back. You know? Am I willing to become digital? In what sense? Do you mean like having a chip implanted in me? Like we know that that's going to be somewhere down the road? Maybe not again in my lifetime, but if it was here, would I allow a digital chip to be implanted? Hell no. Hell no. Would I allow for am I ready for like a digital world? I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that. Unfortunately, again, that's where we're going. That's where we're going. Curtis, I did one worse than that. I called one a name once. I mumbled under my breath. I didn't think she heard me. And she was closing the window, right? I gave her all my information and she rifled off 100 questions, right? The rapid fires, and they try to fluster you. And I answered everything perfectly and I gave her all my shit and she went to close the window and under my breath, I muttered, I don't know how she heard me. I called her a cunt. Excuse my mouth. And she heard it. That window flew open. I went to secondary, I went to inspection, and I think for 4 years, every time I crossed Windsor, Detroit, I didn't even make it. I got to the booth and they didn't even bother talking to me. Secondary. It's only been the last couple of years that I've been actually able to cross there and not have any problems. Patriot Act in the US still shows everything. Huh. How easy is it to flip your rig when making tight turns? Nowadays, believe it or not, it's even harder now to do because they all have rollover protection, right? If they've all got sensors in them, that if your truck gets to leaning to I don't know what the degrees is, how many degrees, but if it gets to lean too far, it will correct itself through tires, through your axles, through engine, through it. It makes it harder. You can still flip a truck. God, there was one on the 401 yesterday, laying on its side, blocking the 401 westbound lanes. So you can still do it, but it is a little harder in tight turns. But if you're in a tight turn, why are you doing 70 miles an hour? Right? Well, you know what, Theo? I think you might be right. I think it's their training. Obviously, they didn't go out and find, people that were just assholes. I think it's their training. But like I said, the U.S., I'm sure they're trained just as well. So they don't need to make it an unpleasant experience to cross the border. They really don't. Not bad, eh? Growing in again. I'm not going to let it go full bore this time. I'm just going to kind of keep it, not maybe a little longer than this. Curtis, I only drive a mid roof. I don't like the high rise sleepers. I've the last two trucks I've had have been mid roofs, and now that I'm pulling vans, I need a high rise for aerodynamics. You put a mid roof, say a Volvo or a mid roof Kenworth, you put it in front of a van, you've got 19 inches of trailer sticking up above the top of that truck. There's not enough push of the air to go up and over that. And believe it or not, you will probably lose about 3/4 of a mile per gallon with a mid-roof pulling a van or a roll type. If you're pulling a flatbed, which I did for all those years when I had mid-roof trucks, I was pulling flatbeds. So it didn't affect me. But now that I'm pulling a van, if you're pulling a van or a roll type, you need a condo or you're losing fuel mileage. Now, when you got a condo, obviously you got a few more pounds up top. So yeah, you're a little more, you sway a little bit more. I noticed the difference between the mid-roof Volvo and this Freightliner. Say I'm going east and west and I've got a 30-mile-an-hour wind coming out of the north and hitting my driver's side or my passenger side, whatever side. I noticed the difference in how the truck, gets pushed around with a condo as I would to a mid-roof. But for aerodynamics, you need the condo to get the air over the trailer. Otherwise, you're screwed. Yeah, you can put a whale tail up there, or you can put one of the big silver aerofoils up there. They work. The aerofoils, believe it or not, the big fancy stainless aerofoils, they look great, but they're actually not as efficient as a whale tail. You know what I'm talking about? The plastic, it's just the plastic piece that goes on top, or the fiberglass. They are not as efficient as those. Although the big steel aerofoil, those things look great. What's the max crosswind you can drive through? It depends how much weight you got in there, Wizard. If you've got an empty trailer, a 50, 55 mile an hour crosswind will push you off the road. If you're loaded up with 40,000, 45,000 pounds, and let's say you're close to your 80,000 pound max, I don't know. I know that I've driven through 35, 40 mile an hour winds, like a crosswind hitting my truck. You got to hold on to the steering wheel and it's going to push you around, but it won't tip you over with that kind of weight in there. It all depends on how much weight you got. Anyone see Quick McDick raised $43,000 cancer, so he had to shave his iconic beard? No. Didn't even hear about that. Clifton, moon me. I still try to think a bit. LOL. 60 miles an hour park up? Oh, dude, I'd park before 60. Even with a fully loaded heavy truck and trailer, even if the 60 mile an hour isn't enough to flip you over, which it would probably be damn close. The stress and trying to keep that thing on the road and keep it straight on the road, it's not worth it. Park it. Park it. It's not worth having an accident because of wind. And then if you have to go over a bridge, I know on the Skyway in Burlington, I think anything over 45 miles an hour, they don't want you going over it unless you're fully loaded. They don't want, they route the empty trucks under the bridge. There are carriers who won't give you a job if you say you refuse to drive in high winds with an empty trailer. The high winds will mess with your fuel stops and double, triple your fuel mileage. How will high winds double or triple your fuel mileage? I can tell you right now. Oh, as in worse mileage. Okay, thank you. I was going to say, you don't have to take the wind. You don't have to take a headwind to get shitty fuel mileage. If you're taking it on the driver's door, you still got, that's still going to slow you down. It's going to give you retention against the truck. You're going to get shitty fuel mileage. Same thing, Curtis, St. Catharines Skyway. I don't know what the limit is for that one, but I know the Skyway is if they don't want you at 45 mile an hour. I don't know what Skyway is in St. Catharines. I would imagine it's probably the same. Both those bridges are high enough. We had a hurricane back in the 80s, 120 mile an hour flip park trucks. Dude, 120 mile an hour wind would flip just about anything. Debbie went over the bridge. Which bridge did you go over going to Michigan? Because you go over one in Sarnia going into Port Huron, and then you go over one in Windsor going into Detroit. Both of them are shitty bridges. You know, they were built back in the fucking 30s. The Skyway sucks. Yeah, it does. It does. Van Cam, now I remember. Yeah, I didn't get the job because I said I won't run an empty trailer through high winds. I've never heard of that. I've never had a company when I went to go work for them say to me, and if you don't drive in high winds, you can't have a job. But I don't know why they would want to do that. Think about it. Why would they want to do that and put their driver and their own equipment in danger? I think they ran out of money, Curtis. I think, honestly, they ran out of money. Yeah, the ambassador needs to be taken down because it's going to fall down. It's going to fall down. I think the problem with the new was they ran out of dough. Because Michigan's broke and Detroit's bankrupt. So where's the money? Yeah, Matt, they were, but I think the building has ceased. The construction on the bridge has stopped because I think they ran out of money or they had issues. Well, their equipment is Their equipment is absolute garbage, and they have their own shop, which means they cherry pick their repairs. Yeah, but if their equipment's garbage and it's laying on its side because of high winds, then you've got the police involved and insurance involved. So it doesn't matter how much cherry picking they're doing in their own shop. I think that's ridiculous. If the owner of the new company I'm going to work for, if he said to me, you can't have a job if you don't drive in high winds, empty trailers in high winds, I'd turn around and leave. I just would. I don't think Canada was paying for the full bill on that, dude. Who said that? Trucker 1015. I don't think they were. I think Michigan was picking up a portion of the tab on that. I think it was actually divided. It was Ontario, Michigan, the state of Michigan, and the city of Detroit. And I think either the state of Michigan or the city of Detroit, one of them ran out of money. And like I said, Michigan is broke and the city of Detroit is bankrupt. So it's pretty sad when the province of Ontario has more money than Detroit, Michigan does. Detroit and Michigan. I'm not sure that they, yeah, Mike, I'm not sure that they wouldn't hire you because you'll drive empty in the wind, because they'll hire just they'll fucking hire anyone that doesn't these days, from what I've seen. Yeah. Sorry, bro. Eyes are going cross-eyed. The Ambassador Bridge is privately owned. I'm not sure if it's privately owned. I don't think so. I think the province of Ontario, I think it's province of Ontario. I could be wrong. Things could have changed. That's not something that, obviously that I would keep track of. The new bridge is supposed to be done by late 2024. So that means 2031, right? It's like anything else. Whatever the date is, they're going to spend $500 million. It'll be done by 2024. The bill's going to come in at $2 billion. It'll be done by 2031. The Ambassador, okay. Is that what's going on, Curtis? The Ambassador Bridge is privately owned. The family is trying to sue to stop the new bridge. Who knew? Who fucking knew? And how much has already been spent on the new bridge? I'd like to know. How much has already been spent on the new bridge? And it's gonna be done by 2024. Dude, I've had a wind, Robert, same here. I've had a wind hit my truck and trailer so hard that I looked in the driver's side mirror and I could see daylight underneath my trailer tires. I've had the trailer off the wheels off the ground before. Auto Route 30, yeah. JMac, already fixing that bridge. It doesn't matter. When it comes to Quebec, the 20, the 40, the 15, the 13, the bridges, the minute they put the last bolt or screw or rivet into it, by the time they finish completing the job, they got to go all the way back and start again. That's how shoddy the workmanship is. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is in Quebec. They could take, let's just say they could do it in a year. They could repave the whole 20 from, say, the Ontario line all the way out to Boucherville, right? They could redo the whole 20 all the way through, and let's say they could do it in 1 year. Even if they got it done after the year, they'd have to go back and start all over again because it would all be tore up and it would be shit. Nothing you can do about it. It's just the way they do. Total cost is supposed to be 5.7 billion US estimated. Wow. That's a lot of fucking money for a bridge. Yeah, Deb, well, believe me, you'd pee your pants if I damn near shit mine when I looked in my mirror and I saw my wheels off the ground. It's scary. Greg, let's all remember that the Berlin Wall has fallen just like other things. Let's learn history and do what we need to be done. It is possible to bring down the walls of our lockdowns and whatever. I think things can be learned from just about any instance or anything that goes on in our surroundings around us. There's always something you can learn. You can always take away something. It's what you do and how you apply it, what you've learned, is probably all I can really say about that. Yeah, Quebec is a make-work project. They do a shitty job, so they know they've all got jobs next year when the snow thaws. Let's hope the new bridge will let noobs with 53-foot trailers do U-turns. Yeah, did you see that? I saw that on, I don't know where the hell I saw that, but yeah, I saw that guy trying to make a fucking U-turn on the Ambassador. That is awesome. Who does that? Well, I made a wrong turn. I wasn't supposed to be here. I'll just make a U-turn. My God. Yeah, our roads are not what they used to be. It's funny how there's roads that were paved back in the 70s and 80s that are still being driven on today, but and some of the new roads that have been paved in the last 5 years are already torn up and falling apart. Who the hell is making the road or building these roads? If they built our roads and bridges like they don't, they're tyrannical laws and BS government management. Shoot, I meant if they built their roads and bridges like they do all their tyrannical laws and government BS, then we would never fail. Deb, you're right. I agree with Cliff. Absolutely, you're right. Takes all kinds of stupid to make a world. It takes all kinds of stupid to destroy a world. But you know what? It doesn't take a whole lot of smarts to maybe fix it. There's probably a lot more dumb people in the world than there are smart people, but you get enough smart people together, we could probably straighten some shit out. You only got to be 18 in the US to drive a commercial motor vehicle. I don't know how I feel about that, Mike. Between you and I and the miles we've pulled and the shit we've seen on the road and accidents and death and dude, I don't know how I feel about that. It's sort of like you know, in some provinces in Canada, you can get your driver's license at 15, or you can start the driver's license process at 15. Do I think 15 is too young to be driving a car? I do. Do I think 18 is too young to be driving a commercial vehicle? I do. I think 21 is the number it should be at. I think in Ontario, at least, we're at 21 for a commercial vehicle, and I agree. I think that 18 is too young. I don't think if you're 18, that means you've only been driving a car for 3 years and now you're going to drive a truck. I think at least at 21, you'll have enough years of driving vehicles and be on the road and have an idea of your surroundings, of what's going on and how traffic works around you. And it might be you'd be more responsible at 21. Again, you asked the question. That's just my personal feeling. The 375 in downtown Detroit was built like the Autobahn, 24 inches thick and double rebar. I doubt it has a crack in it yet. Looking forward to seeing if it has stood the test of time. Actually, you know what, Matt? You're probably right. I know that they've redone the 75 out of Detroit down to Toledo. And they redid it all, and then because they did it with concrete, and then it turns out that the company that built it used the wrong mixture of concrete, and they had to tear most of it back up and do it all over again. How's that for an expensive oops? The brain's not fully developed until 24 years old. Wizard, I'm 52 and I'm not sure if even mine's made it that far yet. You know? If they can do the job at 18, they can do the job. They can go put their life on the line in the service at 18. I had mine at 18, I'm now 51, and that was a minute ago. You know what? You asked me a question, it's just my own personal feeling. It's not an argument. I'm not disagreeing if that's the way you feel. If you think 18 is good, I respect your opinion. It's 18. Myself personally, I'd like to think that at 21 would be the best number. Like I said, you know, at 21, you've got a few more years of experience being on the road, whether you're in a car or in a truck. At least you've got an idea of what's around you and how traffic flows, how traffic works, traffic laws. You know all the shit before you make the transition into a truck. That's all. That's all. Dara has a good point. Kids today are they're a lot more immature, much longer. I think kids like our generation, our parents' generation, by the time my dad was 18, he was joining the police department. Like they were more mature by the time they were 18, 19 years old. Even my generation at 18, 19, they were probably more mature than I look around now and I see 18, 19-year-olds. So, Wizard, I agree. They should change the age of service of the military. 18 is too young to die for a politician. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. And this is the thing that I think is a shame. You can join the Canadian or US military at 18. You can go fight and die for your country, but you can't walk into a bar and have a beer. Are you kidding me? You can't go into the store and buy, or unless, well, in Ontario, I'm talking about Ontario. In Quebec, you can drink at 18. I think in Alberta and the Western provinces, you can drink at 18. But in Ontario, it's 19. In the US, it's 21. So you can go get your brains blown out in a foreign country defending a politician, but you can't you can't go in and have a beer. Kids should pass high school physicals in order to qualify for a CDL at 18. They need to understand the physics before they get behind the wheel. I don't know if they should have to pass high school physics. But I think more training it would be in order. When you decide to make that choice and you want to get a CDL, I would think that I would like them to have whatever the truck driving schools are offering now. I think it should be tightened up even more. And the training, it's not more training, it's better quality training that I think we need, honestly. My dad taught me at 22 and a 5-star general. Oh my God. I bet you that was fun to drive. Did it have an air seat? It probably didn't have an air seat. You were probably sitting on something that felt like a milk crate. Any age is too young to die. Greg, of course it is. I agree with that. But unfortunately, countries have militaries and somebody has to go. And people volunteer to go. So I got my learner's permit in Mississippi at 14 and a half. Too young. Too young, Callie. You shouldn't even be driving. No, actually, I'm just joking. You should be driving. You can join at 17, but you need permission from your parents. You see, if you're willing to go, if you're 17 and you want to go join the Army. But I don't think that, this is a touchy subject. I don't think at 17 years old you should be handed a rifle, even after you go through basic training and whatever you have to go through. And you should have to go to Afghanistan or not Afghanistan, or you should go over to the Middle East to some of these places where they're fighting. And you should be going door to door, knocking in doors and clearing rooms. Fuck that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm going to get hate for this comment, but when you join the military, there's still a lot of leadership that goes on. So even when you join at 18 or 25, you're still being handheld, even in battle. You know what, Curtis? I'll be honest with you, bro. I've never stepped foot in the military. We don't have a military family, so I don't know how it works, whether you're handheld or not. I don't know. Has anyone been to the Thousand Islands? I'm not vaccinated and long and long for water. I live in Markham. I've never been there and spent time there, Deb, but I have driven through, and they're gorgeous. That whole area up there, the Thousand Islands area, is absolutely stunning in the summer. If you're looking to go up there, I would definitely say go. Take your skeeter repellent. I started driving farm trucks at 15, got my learners at 16, and my license at 17. Yeah. Dude, when I went and got my driver's license, I turned 16 in December. In January, I went and wrote the test, got my 365, which is your learner's permit. My dad and I came out of the building, went into the car, filled out some paperwork, went back inside, booked my road test. That was on a Monday. I booked my road test for the following Thursday, went back on the following Thursday and got my full driver's license. I turned 16 just a month earlier. I had a full driver's license when I was 16 years old. Ogler of Massive Boost. Trudeau holds children's hands. Yeah. I don't think I'd do well in the military. You know, it was never an option for me. I never ever thought about it, and nobody ever put the idea in my head to ever join the military. It's not something I ever thought about doing. It is now that I sit here and think about it at my age. I think it would have possibly done me some good, but I never ever thought about going into the military. Marching just didn't do it for me. Discipline didn't do it for me. And I really, really didn't react well, and I still don't react well to somebody yelling at me. Don't yell at me. I just don't do well with it. You know, I don't. Mr. B's, I was pulling tanks and heavy equipment at 18. You know what? That's about as close to the military as I've gotten. I've pulled a ton of military equipment. Never in the military. My uncle got kicked out of boot camp. They couldn't break him. You know what? Like I said, I don't think I'd have done well in the military. It's just, I respect the military. I respect the people that are in it. I thank them for their service. I appreciate their service. But I don't think I could do that job. I'm just not built that way. Canada's Army doesn't like guns. Not really. Canada's Army's got guns. You can still get your commercial license at 18 in the US, but only can drive in that state, not allowed to drive interstate. Again, I just learned something. I didn't know that. Cali, I can get my, Curtis wrote, Cali, I can get my Canadian CDL at 18 and drive across Canada. I got my driver's license at 17 and my truck license at 21. Now you can get it at 18 in the UK. Again, I still feel that's too young. Biden left $850 billion in equipment in Afghanistan. Yeah, and who do you think's using it now? Who do you think's using it now? Deb, the Gananoque Inn. I don't know if we've never been there, but I bet you Dar's not in the garage right now. She went inside. She's probably in there Googling that for you. We are like 35 minutes from Gananoque, from that whole area there. It's fantastic. Let me tell you something. When you cross over at Alexandria Bay, to go into the States, to go into New York State from Ontario, there's two bridges that you go over, and they go over the St. Lawrence. They go over the river, and the islands. You can almost, if you look down on both, you can see a lot of the islands and the cottages and the homes and the private stuff all over. It's phenomenal. It is beautiful. If you can rent a cottage up there or be in that area, it's awesome. The greatest need for trucking is to haul to the north. Those people are hurting. Yeah, but Jazz, unfortunately, and this is the thing that sucks, those people are hurting. They need the supplies, the food, and everything like that. Find out what those rates are. They suck. That's why nobody wants to take the loads. They suck. You would think that because it should be deemed, it almost should be deemed, it should be deemed essential or an emergency, but it's not, and they need the shit. Biden wants gun control, but left $850 billion worth of military equipment. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. John, it's a joke. It's a joke. He left more weapons and shit out on the field there than the Canadian military has. Okay? He left it there for whatever. He left it there. That's more than the Canadian military has total. And he threw it away. Yeah, Curtis, the A-Bay crossing is phenomenal. It's stunning. I love it. I am that guy that when I'm crossing that bridge in my truck, I think the speed limit's like 40 clicks. I'm doing 30. I'm just like this. Both sides, man. It's beautiful. Love it. The greatest need for truckers is to pass a law for them to load up all dumb politicians and truck them to Siberia. You know what? Deb, that's not a bad idea. But I think the Siberians would probably send them back. They wouldn't take them. Matt? Oh, okay. Oh, Matt, I think Matt's looking for somebody. Matt wants to talk to someone. The world's in a kind of state of war, to speak, and they're saying we can't protect ourselves. Don't make sense. You know what, Cliff? You're right. Okay? The fighting is escalating and escalating and escalating, but on the private sector, they're taking away the guns. So how does one go up in the wars and the fights? Because it all trickles down. And everybody's affected by it, but they're trying to disarm us. How does that make any sense to you? Does that make sense to you? It doesn't make sense to me. You know what? There's one I absolutely agree with. Global elite capitalism. You should have put that in fucking capital letters, Ogler. Absolutely agree with that. It's so scary what's happening right now. I agree, Deb. The Siberians would cook them and feed them to the dogs. Bro, I don't even think the Siberians would cook them. They just feed them to the dogs. Kick them out. Feed them to the dogs. Debbie's right. The dogs will get sick. Yeah. Yeah, a buddy of the Australian Mac with the left-hand drive. There was a show. I was over at Callie's place a month or so ago, and I was doing a reset down at his place, and we were watching this show, and it was like a series, and it was all these guys. It was like this company down in Australia, and they did all the oversized, the heavy haul, and all that kind of shit. And the trucks, they're still running Cat motors down there in all their trucks. Like, we're talking new trucks with Cat motors. And they run the big Cats and the big Cummins. And it's phenomenal. It was phenomenal. But it was funny as shit to see a Kenworth T800 with a sleeper on it, left-hand drive. Absolute left-hand drive. And it's funny as hell as you're watching them film the guy, and it's like he's shifting with this hand and it's like, I don't know if I could get into a left-hand drive truck And because the pedals are in the same order, but could you get the gearing right with the hand on an 18 speed? I don't know if I could do that. I'd love to try it. I would love to try it. If you handed me one, I'd be the first one in it to go. Poor damn dogs, yeah. Cliff, agree. It's all about the power. Absolutely all about power. I was at my friend's place a few days ago, and she was looking forward to seeing the January 6th committee. Mr. B, it's a fact, Jack. Dude, that name Schwab, I'm surprised that's not like a household name. And if it's not now, believe me, in the next few years, it will be. It will be. When they roll out the big reset, which is going to happen eventually, not today, tomorrow, or the next day, but it's coming, Schwab's going to be standing there like this going, all right, let's go. Yeah, I know, Curtis, the shift pattern is the same, but you got your left hand, right? So your clutching and your gas and everything is all the same, and you probably don't need your clutch unless you're just, unless you're at a dead stop. But I'm so used to not even thinking, right? With hand just shift like this. Can you do that without thinking with your left hand? I'd have to sit there and actually seriously think about it. Oh, okay, Robert. I got him backwards. But you know what I mean. Everest, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Absolutely agree with your absolute comment. Absolutely. I'm left-handed. Well, I'm right-handed, but I think I could probably do it. But I would have to concentrate on it for a while until I got it. Until I got it. I'd have to consciously think about what I'm doing while I'm shifting gears. I don't think the pedals would be a problem. I don't think that'd be an issue at all. But man, it would be awesome to try. It would be fun as hell to try. I'd love to do it. Left-hand global capitalism. Everything from here on out is going to be labeled capitalism, global capitalism. I'm both-handed. Yeah, well, so am I, Deb, but one works better than the other. The shirt is next. Nope. What do you do when you have friends that are so brainwashed? You know what, Deb? Myself personally, I don't argue with my friends over politics. I don't discuss politics with my friends. That's how you don't have friends, And if my friends want to discuss politics with me, I let them know that, I don't speak for anybody but myself. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. Wizard, you're right. Kill him with kindness. Hey, Robin, why don't you ask her? Well, Deb, if you don't laugh at how crazy the world is, you'll end up crying over it. And you can't walk around. And if that be the case, you're going to be crying for the next 10 years. Steady, nonstop, you'll be crying. So, yeah, you're right. You got to laugh at it. Touchdown for Dar. Clifton, Deb, just hold your ground, don't cave. Common sense is still the best model. Agreed. I don't know how many times we've talked about this. A lot of our problems, life's problems, the world problems could be solved with just a little common sense. I'm a true believer in a little common sense goes a long way. A little common sense. It takes a lot of stupidity to fuck something up, but it takes a little common sense. It goes a long way to fix shit. I'm telling you. If we could use a little more common sense instead of being so quick on jumping down each other's throats and putting each other down, running each other into the dirt, making enemies over politics, use a little common sense. You know? I believe that. My father was right. My father was absolutely right. You know? Two-hander better than no hands. Yeah. Hey, here. You know what? I don't concern myself with what your politics are. I don't give a fuck if you're a liberal. I don't give a fuck if you're PC. I don't care if you're NDP. I don't give a shit what you are. If you're my friend, you're my friend. I respect you. I love you. Whatever, you're my friend. I don't give a shit what your politics are. Your politics don't necessarily play into how my friendship is with you. The only time I've ever, and it's happened, I think, in the last maybe couple of years, there have been people that have taken their political views and just absolutely refused to respect mine, and they cram it at me, and for that, I will back off. I will slow a friendship down, or I will kill a friendship. But if you can respect that I don't, we can agree to disagree on politics. Let's get on with our lives and be friends and go play a round of golf. Hey, we're good. Well, Dar, we know that. We know that your liberal friends are actually fucking stupid. Like John Wayne said, you can't fix stupid. Yeah, you can't fix stupid. Like my grandfather used to say, I may be fat, but you're ugly, and I can go on a diet. I'm center with slight left. You guys are all fucked. I'm sitting here, I don't even know what to say. I'm sitting here looking at you guys talking about all this shit. It's like, you guys are nuts. My politics. Jesus. I might switch to the horizontal party. Robin, you're already halfway there. I don't think your mind is right, dude. I agree. But when your friend doesn't have common sense and calls you stupid, and I'm the only person she knows that isn't... Wait, I think you answered my question. I might have. I just back off. I've killed a friendship over somebody that will not back off their politics. Or if you're, I'll back off and give it some time and give it some room. Dar, on the other hand, is less forgiving than I am when it comes to politically stupid people, or what she deems as politically stupid. She will shoot you and put you in a hole if you are fucking politically an idiot. That's why I keep my politics to myself. Jesus Christ. Curtis, that is brutal. I want to drive that. Anybody else want to drive that? I want to drive that. A triaxle Mac. Look at the donkey ears on that thing. I'd drive that all day long, man. Proudly. Proudly. Curtis, I don't care for politics, but don't make who you vote for your personality. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that happens too often. People that are liberals are literally, they take a lifestyle of what they think the liberals should be and stand for. I hate that. I fucking hate that. And the people can say the same thing about conservatives. If you take it, I hate that. Absolutely. Government should be banned. That's my politics. Well, if you have no politicians and you have no politics, you have no government, what are you going to have? What are you going to have, Robert? Truck drivers? Truck drivers going to run the world? I love the Transformer truck. I think that was a Lone Star. They're good to look at, but they're garbage to drive. They're horrible. How far is the Thousand Islands from Markham? You're about 3 hours, Deb. You're about 3 hours. Look at everybody. Yeah, everybody wants to drive that. Callie's going, yes. I think even Deb wants to drive it. Callie wants to do 100. Callie, you're not doing 120 mile an hour in a triaxle truck. Sorry. Truckers do run the world. You know what? You're right, Mr. Beast. The only problem is the world doesn't know about it yet. They're still treating us like dirt. Me, myself, and my 50 cal miniguns could rule. Yeah. All right. Got my vote. Saw Live Truck and Alex saw Scania on the 401 yesterday. You know what? We're seeing more and more of them in Canada. And believe it or not, I think there's a Scania dealership in Toronto now. I know that I'm pretty sure there's one in Thunder Bay as well. So now you can get service for them. I think they're coming here. I think they're going to make a bigger appearance here. Social contract, no coercion. Love trucking, Alex. There's like 5 Scania across North America and several 80s dump trucks. Yeah. I would love to see the Scanias here. I've got pictures of the one that my buddy drives over in Germany. And it's got like I don't know what it is, maybe a fucking 36-inch coffin sleeper, but damn is that truck sexy. It is so sexy, and it is awesome. 750 horse V8. I mean, Jesus, they're gorgeous. Here's the next campaign slogan. Vote for a trucker or a donkey driver, but no politicians. Scania did an official test drive here, and I haven't heard of the results yet. I don't know. I think Scania is related. It's in the Volvo family. I think either Scania owns Volvo or Volvo owns Scania. I'm not sure if they're the same platform, though. But they're beautiful trucks. And from what I understand, like Patrick loves his. He actually went to the plant and picked his up. He was sending me pictures of the truck. He went down while it was being built and took pictures of it, and then took pictures of it as it came out of the plant, and then he took pictures of it as he picked it up at the plant. How could you imagine that, going to the plant and picking up your own truck? Well, Dwight, I hate to tell you, well, thanks for joining late, no problem. I hate to tell you that non-vax drivers, you still need 2 shots to get across. I had to break down and get the second shot, as much as I broke my own heart doing it. But yeah, you need 2 shots, and now they're talking at the end of the month they're going to make it. You need a third, or you need a third. You don't need a third to get into the States, but you'll need a third to get back into Canada. I just got my fucking second one, and now you're going to ask me to take a third one. No, VW own MAN and Scania. Okay. I know that VW is huge worldwide. They own just about everything as well. Logging trucks. A lot of logging trucks are triaxle. Yeah. A lot of heavy haul is so you get into the super heavy where you're pulling over 200,000 pounds. Those guys are triaxles. We've got them in Canada. You see them in the States too. A lot of them have the ability to lift the one of the axles. Internationals use Volkswagen engines. Curtis, International was bought 2 years ago by Volkswagen. They were bought by Volkswagen. Mr. Breeze is a pure blood, and it's going to stay that way. Bro, I don't blame you, but you don't have to cross a border. Unfortunately, as you guys know from the dilemma and the problems and all the shit I've been going through the last couple of months, I am now at the part. I now have to cross the border. Yeah, that's hot, Curtis. I like them when they're lit up like that, with the big lights across the top, and then they've got the row across the front of the grill. My buddy Pat, he doesn't have the ones across the top, but he's got the ones across the grill, and he throws those on at night. And for God's sakes, it lights. You think it's daylight in front of you. That lights up everything in front of you. It's just phenomenal. Some trivia. What are your favorite movies? Oh wow. I like, well, Shawshank Redemption. Dar knows that as well. Yeah, Dar's. I like Shawshank Redemption. That's one of my favorite movies. Toy Story. Well, Debbie Does Dallas. Deep Throat. Everest gotta go. Brian Dar gotta go. Talk to you later. Have yourself a great night. South American Caravan to Canada. A Knight's Tale. I like a lot of movies. I like a lot of the Tom Clancy movies. Hunt for Red October, that kind of shit. All the Bourne movies. Of course, they're all action, whatever like that. Van Wilder, like the National Lampoon Van Wilder. I can watch that. I can go in right now and watch that movie and still laugh at all the right places. I don't know. I love all movies. Old Christmas movies, yeah. Van Wilder. You mean Van Wilder, Dar? Dar likes Bend Over and Van Wilder. I've never seen Sling Blade, Greg. I've heard of it, never seen it. Are you allowed to run Canada only without getting a jab? You can. The problem is most of the companies want you to have it. So legally you can run it, but most of the companies here want you to have the jab. There are still quite a few that will let you run without it, but yeah. Smokey and the Bandit, yeah. Cannonball Run, Yeah. Django Unchained, great movie. Okay, that's what I was thinking about, Mike. I was trying to think of the name. I couldn't come up with it. The Irishman. I watched that again the other night. Love that movie. I think that's got to be one of your favorites, isn't it, Campbell? I like Goodfellas, Casino, The Irishman, all that kind of shit. Bison terminated 350 owner ops and fired 200 drivers over the vaccine. Yeah, I love. I heard that a lot of companies did that. Uh-oh. Deb swore. Where did she see that? Deb swore. Debbie, you gotta watch your fucking mouth. You gotta knock that off. Braveheart, didn't like it. Didn't like it. But for some reason, I don't know why, but Dances with Wolves, loved it. Didn't like Braveheart, loved it. My favorite Mel Gibson movie is When We Were Soldiers. We Were Soldiers. It's a Vietnam War. Love movie. Love that. Like all that kind of shit I love. Believe it or not, nowadays I probably watch more documentaries than I watch movies, if anything. Old documentaries about shit. Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke. Probably one of the all-time movies that you watched when you were a kid and you got high. While you were sitting there getting high. Or the best movie to get stoned to, the best movie in the world to get stoned to is a movie called Spaceballs. It's a Mel Brooks movie. Get right stoned, hit the bong, and then get right stoned and watch that movie. I shit you not. I love all the John Wick movies. I think they're making a fourth one. I'll watch it. They could make 24 of them. I'd watch them. All-time best movie, Pulp Fiction. Blazing Saddles. Yes. Now that's a great movie. I forgot about that. Debbie, you never got high? Well, go watch Spaceballs anyway. Do you drink? If you can't get high, have a few drinks and watch Spaceballs. Yeah, Mr. Beast, you know what I'm talking about, right? Spaceballs? Yeah. We've hit ludicrous speed. Buckle up. Buckle this. I fall to pieces every time that comes on. Well then, Deb, I tell you what. Find somebody else that smokes dope. Let them get high and watch the movie with them. I'm out of options. Yeah, I was asking you, do you drink? Dude, where's my car? Never saw it. Love John Candy. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Another one I could watch all day long. Hey, Zach, you back? Hey, guys, Zach is back. Oh, yeah. All the Bournes. Yeah, I love all the Bourne movies too, Mike. Love them all. The Bourne movies, the John Wick movies, the Monty Python movies. You know. I've never seen Dude, Where's My Car? I've never seen it. No, actually, Zach, I'm getting ready to wind this down, dude. We're just doing the quick movie thing here to see, check out everybody's movies. And then we're probably going to wind this down. John Candy was so down to earth. He used to own or be part ownership of the Toronto Argos. And he was very down to earth. Great guy. Thanks for stopping in, Curtis. Thanks for your help, bud. No one's mentioning Young Frankenstein. Never. You know what, dude? I never saw it. Scott the truck driver. Okay, guys. Beans is at the KBD yard right now. He obviously, you guys all know that Beans is driving for KBD. My truck is up there and the decals are still on it. And he just sent me this picture. That's his hand. That's Will just sent me that. he's standing beside my truck. That is awesome. Attaboy. I love it. The Green Mile. Love the Green Mile. That's another one I could watch. Like if it was on TV tonight, I'd watch it. If it was on TV tomorrow night, I'd watch it again. Trudeau's blaming Putin for inflation and expensive gas. James, he's got his priorities wrong. You can't blame Putin for inflation and expensive gas. Sorry. Oh, Darlene, did you really say The Breakfast Club? No. I don't think I've seen it right to the end. I don't think I've seen that right to the end. No. Love you too, Mike. I know what you're saying. Home run right there. I'll make you uncomfortable. Home run. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Great movie. In case anybody doesn't know, Ogler of Massive Boobs is blaming global elite capitalism for the world's problems, and I agree with him. The older comedies were the best. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Good night, Mikey. Have a good night, buddy. Yeah, there's way too many movies, and nowadays they're putting out. I do have to ask: has anybody seen the new Maverick yet? It's out. Anybody seen it? I am gonna go see it. I am gonna go check it out. I basically want to go not because I give a shit about Tom Cruise. I want to see the way they did the filming with the IMAX cameras or the whatever, what is it, 8K cameras in the planes. It's supposed to make you airsick to watch the movie. Good night, Debbie. Have a good night. Sleep well. Tom Cruise is incredible, though. If you think about him, a guy at his age, he still does all his own most of his own stunts. He's putting all these movies together. It's incredible. All right, Greg. Thanks for stopping in, man. Appreciate it. Next week is going to be Saturday night, guys. Like I said, Dar and I got plans for tomorrow, so that's why we moved it here. But we're going to go Saturday. We're back to regular Saturday. What time is it? Jesus Christ, we're at 12:25. Holy crap. Don't you guys ever shut up? I gotta go to bed. No, I haven't got Pringles. I don't know what these are barbecue. These are terrible. Oh, that's right. Hold on. You're right. Darlene is, guys, I'm sorry. No. Wizard. It's, next week is going to be Friday again. Sorry. We've got company next Saturday night. Sorry. So we will be on Friday night. My apologies. Yeah, I'm outnumbered 36-1. I know. That's not bad. We had a pretty good night tonight. At one point, I think we were up almost over 60. So, yeah, at one point I was outnumbered 60-1. Yeah, Robert, I feel bad for you. I know that you're 5 a.m. there. My buddy, it's 12, so it's 6:30 in Germany, and Pat's been watching. I feel bad you guys actually stay up. I hope it's worth it to you, man. I really do. Go on, tell you what, bro. Go get yourself a channel. I promise, Robert, get yourself a channel and I'll watch. Okay? You get yourself set up and I'll watch you no matter what time you come on at. See all those up there? That's my grouping. Now I put all those in there. There's 6 darts up there, and I missed the 20 on only one of them. Good night, Deb. Trudeau put a 35% tariff on Russian fertilizer. Russians can't afford to pay it. Their economy is in the tank right now. A new agreement between Navistar and Scania will see select international truck dealers in Canada trialing sales and service on Scania mining trucks by late next year. That would be good. That would be good. I would like to see that. Like I said, from what I understand, Curtis, Scania makes a hell of a truck. They don't make junk. Mr. Bees, you don't make any money on this unless you've got a massive channel. Like if you've got like 2 million subscribers, then yeah, you're making money from your ads. A guy my size, like I've got 7,800 subscribers. When you guys watch my videos and you see those advertisements, I make minimal, especially with 7,800 subscribers. I make minimal amounts of money. I mean, I'm not talking like hundreds of dollars even. I don't. If I wanted to blow this channel up and put the effort in and blow it up and get it up there, I could make more money. But the whole idea behind this to make money really is to get other companies to come in and pay you promotional money. That's where you can make bigger bucks. I have not really reached out. I've had a couple people reach to me that we might do something. I know that we're going to be doing a promotion for one company, but that's the only. Like I said, unless you got a 2 million subscribers, you're not making a shit ton of money. You're not making enough money to live on. I know that there are YouTubers that make a lot of money and they live on it, but I'm not one of them. If Scania can bring a diesel V8 to meet harsher emissions than in North America, they should bring it here. Curtis, the emissions in Europe are tighter than they are here. They're more strict there than they are here. And they're running that Scania's running that V8 diesel. And it meets and exceeds the emissions there. It would easily be able to run here and meet the emission standards here. Robert, check out Quick Dick McQuick. He is 2 hours away from me. I'm not checking anything out with a quick dick. Sorry. Yeah, but Best is also picking up promotional money now as well, right? He's picking up promotional money, so he probably, I bet you he makes more on the promotional money than he does on the advertisements on the lives and shit like that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for everybody stopping in. Well, not now since he nuked his channel. I know. But he still picked up. I know I was watching the other day. He picked up some promotion. When he's got NFG, that was a paid promotion. And rightly so. They're picking the right, as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to go with a promotion and you want something, Best is one of the best around to do it with. But hey, one day we'll get there. I'll get there one day. Not there yet. Is that all that was worth? Mr. Beast, thanks for stopping in. And yeah, guys, we will see you next Friday. Sorry, I said Saturday, but it is Friday. We got company next Saturday coming in here. So we'll catch y'all next Saturday. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for educating me and keeping me honest and shooting the shit. We'll talk to you later, guys. Later, Curtis.